Chapter 1272. In front of the Fish Dragon King's residence, dozens of people blocked the gate and seemed to be waiting. Needless to say, they were waiting for the Fish Dragon King, which was Han Fei now. When Han Fei entered the city, these people seemed to have known that Han Fei had arrived. So, they all turned their backs to the gate and looked in the direction where Han Fei came from. Han Fei scanned with his senses and found that although there were familiar faces in this group of people, there were no familiar faces of heavenly talents. These people seemed to be the servants of some heavenly talents. They shouldn't be here to make trouble. Suddenly, Han Fei turned his head and looked at a high-rise building 10 kilometers away. Someone was looking at him with scorching eyes. Han Fei was stunned and thought, "What's the meaning of this?" When Han Fei took a closer look, he was slightly stunned. Sure enough, there were still experts on the heavenly talent ranking paying attention to him. This person was neither a half-merman nor a merman, but a shrimp man. However, he couldn't be called a shrimp soldier, because this person was ranked 6th on the heavenly talent ranking and had the strongest shrimp clan bloodline in the Bai Bei royal city. This person was named Prawn Yue. He was wearing bright red armor and a shiny helmet. On the helmet, there were 2 crystal and sharp shrimp whiskers. This person had 2 feet and 6 hands, each holding a sharp thorn. The 2 of them looked at each other, and Han Fei immediately remembered Prawn Yue's voice transmission. "I heard that you had a lot of opportunities this time. You killed Shark Maru and Yu Guang in one battle? And you even passed the tribulation in advance?" Han Fei realized that this person hadn't passed the tribulation, yet had he? Among the top 10 of the heavenly talent ranking, only the top 3 had passed the tribulation. However, a guy named Zhang Xiaotian, who was ranked 4th, refused to pass the tribulation. This person bluntly said that he was ranked 4th and was waiting for someone to replace him. As a result, the top 3 of the heavenly talent ranking in the Bai Bei royal city never needed to fight. Zhang Xiaotian didn't refuse anyone who wanted to fight. Because Zhang Xiaotian refused to pass the tribulation, none of the people behind him passed the tribulation. Heavenly talents were all proud creatures. If someone was so strong without passing the tribulation, how could they, as heavenly talents, pass the tribulation easily? Han Fei frowned. If it weren't for the special circumstances, why would I pass the tribulation? Prawn Yue nodded in agreement. That's right. Only those who survive have the right to be proud. Shark Ball and Yu Guang, it looks like you've underestimated your opportunity this time. Han Fei curled his lips and said, "Hee. They just know that this Dragon King wants to barge into the Forbidden Grounds and are worried that I will be too strong and break through their positions." How is that underestimating? The corners of Prawn Yue's mouth curled up into a smile. "You're already so proud when you face me now." It seemed that there was indeed a great opportunity at the front lines this time. "Since you're so confident, then let me see what gives you such confidence." Han Fei frowned. This shrimp Yue doesn't seem weak. Although Xiao Qin did not take it to heart, if he displayed the appearance of consecutively defeating the experts of the proud son of heaven ranking and rising through the ranks like a hot knife through butter, it would seem a little too fast. In Han Fei's impression, Prawn Yue was ranked 6th, but he was one of the top 5 goalkeepers. He had once declared that he could challenge Zhang Xiaotian first, and only by defeating him would he have the right to challenge Zhang Xiaotian. The Fish Dragon King once challenged this person and suffered a crushing defeat after taking 13 attacks. The old turtle said, "This person shouldn't be weak either. If my guess is correct, he should be a refined fire shrimp spirit who is cultivated into a human being. His defense, speed, control of fire elements, and gunmetal armor are all excellent. Unfortunately, his demonic heritage is not strong enough. He's much weaker than I was back then." Han Fei sweated. "Old Yuan, has anyone ever told you that you're narcissistic?" The old turtle snorted. "I'm telling the truth." Ignoring the old turtle, Han Fei glanced at Prawn Yue indifferently. When I come back from the Forbidden Grounds, you'll be the first one I challenge. Poochie! Suddenly a chuckle echoed, and a woman in a green dress walked out of a red, jellyfish-shaped building. The woman smiled and said, "Fish Dragon King, are you afraid of a fight? Are you going to refuse a fight?" Han Fei knew this woman. She was a clam girl named Green Silk Spirit who ranked 5th. She was a talkative clam demon, but her strength was not to be underestimated. In Han Fei's memory, the Fish Dragon King had never fought this woman. In fact, very few people dared to challenge this woman, because this woman had taken the Hell-level trial 8 times in a row and returned safely. However, this woman reminded him that the Fish Dragon King was an extremely proud person. In the face of a challenge, even if he was no match for his opponent, he couldn't back down. A battle was definitely going to happen. Immediately, Han Fei stopped in midair and looked at the two of them casually. "I don't fight just because of the Forbidden Grounds. Do you think I'm scared?" The Green Silk Spirit chuckled. "Aren't you? Or could it be that you, the Fish Dragon King, have become timid after being ambushed once?" At this moment, Han Fei sensed thousands of senses scanning him. How many people were watching this scene? After all, many people were curious about his current strength after he killed Shark Ball and Fishlight in the outer sea. If it were the Fish Dragon King in the past, Prawn Yue wouldn't have come to challenge him, because he was very sure that the Fish Dragon King was no match for him. But now, Han Fei had killed the 8th and 9th heavenly talents on the heavenly talent list, and his rank had risen to the 8th. If there was no accident, his strength should have improved a lot. Now, Prawn Yue and the others just wanted to see Han Fei's strength. Han Fei thought, although this ambush was quite secretive, the law enforcers of the royal city have already punished them. If I'm not mistaken, they have already reported it. After all, for Hai Tinglei and the other strong masters, this was their job. It was not a good idea to let the royal city be lifeless every day. They had to make some noise from time to time. Han Fei thought, "I'm afraid I can't avoid this battle. At this point, if I still avoid the battle, it wouldn't be in line with the Fish Dragon King's personality." One must know that when he first met the Ichthyosaur King, it was so excited to beat up a bunch of guys who were much weaker than it was. Now, he had no reason to avoid this kind of battle. Han Fei suddenly grinned. "When have I ever been afraid of a battle? Don't you just want to see my current strength? Since you want to see it, I'll show you carefully." Prawn Yue grinned. "This is the Fish Dragon King I know. In that case, let's fight." After that, Prawn Yue's whole body was burning, and with a swish he rose into the sky like a flame and went straight to the sky. In the Baibei royal city, fighting was a hot-blooded thing. Only through fighting could the gap in strength and realm be reflected. Therefore, the sea demons thought that this was something that could be admired by tens of thousands of people. Just like in the arena of the 10,000 Demon Valley, countless people watched as if they were watching a game. In the Baibei royal city, the battlefield was not in the buildings nor underground, but in the sky above the royal city. It was 3,000 meters above the Baibei royal city, and there was a king's seal. You could enter and fight, but the aftermath of the battle wouldn't be affected. Once you touched the seal, you would be stopped. Han Fei glanced at the gate of the Fish Dragon King's house. Those people were also watching and didn't seem to be in a hurry to wait for a while. Han Fei activated the closed distance technique and crossed 1,000 meters with one step. In 2 steps, he had already appeared in the sky. The closed distance technique was the standard symbol of the Fish Dragon King. At this moment, he had to use it. When the two of them reached the sky, the sea beasts that were wandering above the royal city all gave way to them. Han Fei didn't expect that he would have to perform in front of the whole city as soon as he came to the Baibei royal city. Shrimp Yue said, "You've just passed the tribulation and haven't had time to consolidate your strength. I won't embarrass you. You can use the power of the Tao-seeking state." Han Fei sneered. "Do you think I'll take advantage of you? I've never been afraid of someone in the sea spirit state." In the city, many people scanned their senses, and more people walked out of their homes. A servant with a level 6 demonic heritage exclaimed, "The experts on the heavenly talent list are really terrifying. They are already so strong, but they still fight all day long." Someone sneered, "Do you think they are the same as us? Which one of those who can become a supreme prodigy is easy?" Someone sighed, "Do you think the Fish Dragon King has a chance this time?" Someone couldn't help but say, "Of course, no matter how fast his strength grows, he can't possibly challenge Shrimp Yue from the 10th place on the heavenly talent list, can he?" Someone guessed, "If the Fish Dragon King doesn't suppress his realm, he won't lose anyway, right?" Someone pondered, "The point is, how can he not suppress his realm?" Apart from the ordinary people discussing, some heavenly talents were also watching coldly. For example, a bald young man suddenly appeared beside Qing Siling and said calmly, "To be able to take on 4 opponents at once, you're not weak." Qing Siling was surprised. "Xiaotian, when did you come back?" This little bald man was Zhang Xiaotian, who was ranked 4th. He was in the purgatory trial, but now he had returned. Zhang Xiaotian looked up at the sky. "It's boring, so I came back. I wanted to try the Forbidden Land trial, but the Fish Dragon King was 1 step ahead of me." In a certain palace, a venerable turned his head. At this moment he was also watching the battle. There were few things that could attract their attention now. The heavenly talent battle was just a show. After all, not all venerable ones cultivated wholeheartedly. Most of the venerables were quite practical. Some venerables who had no hope of breaking through were even more bored. In the sky, Han Fei pretended to lower his realm, holding the red spear as if he were holding a red light. Han Fei said, "Since when can a shrimp be compared to me? Look at my spear." Second update. Asking for votes. End of this chapter. Chapter 1273. Under the gaze of thousands of people, Han Fei attacked. The spear light was simple, but the spear technique dumbfounded countless people. Han Fei raised his foot and disappeared. While Han Fei disappeared, Pran Yue held the 6 ice thorns in his hands. In an instant, they pierced through the void. Within a kilometer, a giant cone appeared in the void at an extremely fast speed. Han Fei appeared in this space. The moment he appeared, he moved his body. The instant mystic spear in his hand had been thrown out. As if the distance between them had been shortened, he appeared directly in front of Pran Yue. When Han Fei launched this attack, many people saw the clues. In the outer sea, Han Fei mostly encountered sea spirits and Tao-seeking great demons. Usually he wouldn't use the instant mystic spear. Usually he would use his strongest strength to kill them directly. At this moment, in the Baibei royal city, where sea spirits and Tao-seekers were everywhere, Han Fei's movement was immediately noticed by some people. Chang Shui-Qin was slightly surprised. The law of time. A venerable was puzzled. He's mastered the law of space and the law of time at the same time? This Fish Dragon King is indeed capable. It seems that the Dragon King bloodline can't be underestimated. In midair, at the moment when time froze, Pran Yue was shocked, thinking that his mind was wandering. Flames burst out on the thorns in his hands and blocked in front of him like a fire shield. With a crisp ding, a seemingly weak ripple spread out dozens of kilometers in the sky, almost covering the entire White Bell's capital city. Crack, crack, crack. Clang, clang, clang. Cracks could be seen on the flame shield. But taking advantage of the moment when the flame shield was about to shatter, Pran Yue's 6 limbs flapped and attacked more than 30 times. His figure explosively retreated. Only then was he able to withstand the attack. At this moment, Pran Yue's arms trembled slightly. How did the Fish Dragon King become so fast? Also, its power was more than 30% stronger than the Fish Dragon King's. Down below, Zhang Xiaoqian's pupils constricted. It's the law of time. The Fish Dragon King has mastered the law of time. No wonder he could kill Sha Maru and Yu Guang. Qing Si Ling couldn't help but frown. The law of time? Isn't it the law of space? How did it become the law of time? Zhang Xiaotian shook his head. No, time paused for a split second when the spear projection was pointed. However, the ichthyosaur king's grasp of it is not exquisite enough. It should be, because the time it took to comprehend it was too short. Otherwise, Pran Yue would have already been defeated. Pran Yue retracted his expression. The ichthyosaur king was indeed no longer the ichthyosaur king of the past. Just this move alone was worthy of him, taking it seriously. Han Fei was also surprised. The closed distance technique, coupled with momentary time, was actually blocked. This meant that You's reaction speed was extremely fast. Also, Han Fei found that the two tentacles were gone. He took a step forward and crossed 1,000 meters. The two tentacles were like invisible whips in the air, brushing past his chest and cheeks. In the eyes of outsiders, Han Fei almost slid past the two extremely sharp cracks in the void. If they were not careful, they would be torn apart. But in this shocking scene, Han Fei didn't even look back and stabbed the spear back. With this stab, the demonic qi turned into a dragon and charged forward. Pran Yue smiled disdainfully. You still have the cheek to use such methods? Halfway through his words, Pran Yue's face suddenly changed. He felt that his soul was shaken and a terrifying soul stab hit him. Puff! Blood spurted out of Pran Yue's 7 orifices. Yes, blood spurted out. Unprepared, he took Han Fei's soul-stunning spike head-on. Of course he was injured. However, Han Fei hadn't mastered the soul-stunning spike after all. Half of the god-scaring painting hadn't been fully unfolded yet. Otherwise, if he had the complete version of the soul-stunning spike, he wouldn't dare to use it. No matter how many changes the ichthyosaur king had, it was impossible for him to not only master the law of time, but also a super powerful soul attack technique in just a few months. The reason why Han Fei dared to use it was that he hadn't mastered the law of time or the soul-stunning spike. The law of time was imitated by Han Fei. There was always a gap between an imitation and the original one, and he used the soul-stunning spike because the ichthyosaur king was good at spear techniques. The soul-stunning spike was also a spear technique, but it was a soul spear technique. At the moment blood spurted out of Pran Yue's 7 orifices, the dragon-shaped demonic energy rushed out, making a rumbling sound. In just one confrontation, Han Fei had used 3 killer moves. He wasn't afraid of being exposed. The ichthyosaur king he disguised as was going to take the trial in the Forbidden Land. It wouldn't make sense if he didn't have some skills. Only then did Han Fei turn around. The spear in his hand vibrated with demonic energy and stabbed at Pran Yue. Pran Yue, who had been injured by Han Fei, fought back fiercely. He seemed to be seriously injured, but in fact he wasn't. The instant mystic spear was blocked, and the soul-stunning spike didn't seriously injure his soul. As for the explosive spike, it only slightly injured Pran Yue. At this moment, it was time for the fierce battle between the two. Lights and shadows flashed in the air, and various combat skills appeared. Under Han Fei's deliberate action, his movement technique and combat skills were weaker than Pran Yue's. But Han Fei's physique and strength, as well as the power of his soul, had become stronger. After fighting for about half an hour, Han Fei seemed a little tired. But at the same time, Pran Yue wasn't much better. He could use a combat skill similar to the triple original body like Zhang Xuanyu did, but he still couldn't win. Down below, Qing's silk spirit said, solemnly, not good. The ichthyosaur king's strength has soared. He just hasn't fully digested this power yet. If he really survives the trial in the Forbidden Land, I'm afraid his strength will increase by another 20%. Zhang Xiaotian shook his head slightly. The ichthyosaur king obviously didn't fully absorb the gains from this trip. No wonder he needed to stay outside for such a long time before coming back. He went to the Forbidden Land trial for 5 months, and then went to the Forbidden Land trial to hone himself. Once he's exhausted, I'm afraid he can fight us. Ching Silk Spirit's eyes turned cold. Then let him have a try. In the eyes of those heavenly talents and servants with level 6 demonic heritage, such a battle was too unbelievable. This was not the power of a sea spirit at all. It was the power of a Tao-seeking state cultivator. Whether it was a battle of laws, combat skills, or soul, they didn't dare to think too much. Someone sighed. It's useless to watch such a battle. In a battle of heavenly talents, the laws are superior to ours. Their combat skills are also very special. We can't match them. Some people were excited and thought it's all about cultivation. A level 6 demonic heritage isn't weak. There's a chance that they can become strong. Many Tao-seeking great beasts were thinking, is the Ichthyosaur King worth following? If the Ichthyosaur King can come back alive from the Forbidden Land trial, it's worth considering. As for the Venerables, they were relatively calm. Their views on strength were different because of their different horizons. No matter how talented one was, they had to live until they reached the venerable state. Unless this person had the potential to become a king, no heavenly talent was worthy of their support. Stop! A majestic voice came from the sky. A figure appeared. When everyone saw who it was, they lowered their heads. It was the law enforcer of the royal city, Hai Tingley. Hai. Tingley glanced at the two of them and said indifferently, "Challenges are allowed, but killing is forbidden. In this battle, the Ichthyosaur King has the advantage in the Tao-seeking state, so he'll be ranked 8th on the prodigy list. The rest will automatically take his place." Hai Tingley made this decision because Han Fei's combat power was weaker than Pranyue's. This was something that he deliberately revealed. Otherwise, if the gap in strength was too big, it would inevitably arouse suspicion or doubt. At this moment, Pranyue didn't get angry, nor did he look surprised. Instead, he took a deep look at Han Fei. "You've improved in all aspects. That's good. I look forward to you challenging me again." Han Fei had never been afraid of a tough guy. He raised his head. "Next time, you'll definitely lose." Speaking in this tone, Han Fei felt that his acting skills were on point, which was very in line with the Ichthyosaur King's character. Pranyue didn't seem to hear him. He smiled, inserted the spikes into his carapace with his 6 hands at the same time, and turned away. As soon as Pranyue left, the crowd dispersed and everyone looked away. Han Fei felt someone's gaze. He turned his head, only to see a little bald man. He immediately narrowed his eyes. Zhang Xiaotian? In the Ichthyosaur King's memory, he seemed to have challenged this Zhang Xiaotian and was suppressed by him with one hand. And this Zhang Xiaotian was known to be invincible in the sea spirit state. So far, no one had been able to defeat him in the sea spirit state. If it was a challenge, Han Fei would rather suppress his cultivation and fight this person. After all, the top 3 of the heavenly talent list were actually just in name. He had already passed the tribulation. It was said that because he was too talented, his ranking remained in the heavenly talent list. It was said that as long as someone could defeat Zhang Xiaotian, one of the 3 of them would come out. Exchanging a glance with Zhang Xiaotian, Han Fei pretended to be displeased and snorted lightly. In a few steps, he reached the door of the Ichthyosaur King's house. Looking at the people who were still blocking the door, Han Fei said coldly, "What are you doing here?" However, one of them smiled and held a sun moon shell in his hand. "Lord Dragon King, we are here to deliver something. These are all the resources of Master Yuding." Another person also held a sun moon shell and said, "Master Dragon King, these are all the resources of Master Sha Maru." Master Dragon King, Han Fei was almost stunned. F***CKU, are you here to give me a gift? Why didn't you say so earlier? 3rd update, asking for votes. End of this chapter. Chapter 1274. Han Fei received 12 sun moon shells and 16 swallowing seashells in total, which was everyone's resources except for Gubuyu. Han Fei immediately regretted it. If he had known that the resources of whoever he killed would belong to him, he would have killed Gubuyu as well. The reason why he had spared Gubuyu was because her defense was ranked in the top 5 of the prodigy ranking. Moreover, he also wanted to let go of one person to spread his heroic combat skills, who knew that before that person could run back to the capital city, he was sentenced. Han Fei didn't know why the 3 of them had 28 storage shells. It should be because Shark Maru and the others had their own accumulation. In any case, this number was very impressive. It was like a pie falling from the sky. If possible, Han Fei hoped that someone would ambush him every day. In this way, maybe he could receive swallowing seashells every day. Han Fei had already simulated the aura of the Fish Dragon King with the art of deception. To put it bluntly, he was now the Ichthyosaur King. Therefore, he wasn't stopped at all when he stepped into the mansion's restriction. After entering the residence, the old tortoise was the first to speak. This restriction is not bad. It is well hidden and is a type of fixed formation. It could blur the prying eyes of venerable ones, but it certainly could not block the prying eyes of a king tier. So, even though we're inside the mansion's restrictions, we still have to act. Han Fei said, "Isn't there only one king in the Bai Bei royal city? A king wouldn't peep at an elementary, Tao-seeking realm cultivator like me, right?" The old turtle pondered for a moment, and his voice sounded in Han Fei's heart. Generally speaking, they will. The perception of a king could cover every corner of the city, even every speck of dust. Eavesdropping on you is like playing a game. Han Fei's heart tightened. This is 2F asterisk king outrageous. Did kings really have such a fetish? For some reason, he thought of Zhang Xuanyu. If that guy became a king, he would probably like to spy on her people the most, right? Reminded by the old turtle, Han Fei certainly did not dare to do anything out of line. He still maintained the Fish Dragon King's usual arrogant posture, but out of instinct, curiosity, and thirst for knowledge, Han Fei grabbed all the sun moon shells and swallowing seashells to take a look. Han Fei thought that even a king wouldn't spy on everyone in the capital, would he? How could a mere Fish Dragon King be worth the attention of a king? Han Fei was taken aback for a moment. Good heavens, how much spirit spring was there? Not daring to say it aloud, Han Fei thought to himself, "This is 200,000 caddies. This is 180,000 caddies. This is 280,000 caddies. This is..." Han Fei poured all the spiritual spring into a sun moon shell. After weighing it in his hand, he estimated that it weighed more than 3 million kilograms. In addition to his own reserves, it was close to 4 million caddies. The old tortoise said, "Don't forget, this is your residence now. You should have your own stash." Right, the Fish Dragon King can't bring all his wealth to the front line, especially for someone as conceited as him. He would never bring all the good stuff to the front lines because he disdained it. Instead of sorting out the resources immediately, Han Fei went straight into the Fish Dragon King's residence. How should he put it? The Ichthyosaur King was quite warlike. Damn it, there wasn't even a chair at home. What came into view were 7 to 8 long spears placed in every corner of the room. There were no decorations on the surrounding walls, only spear marks, except for one wall. On that wall, the Fish Dragon King made a picture of a Jiao dragon with golden sand. However, the Jiao dragon looked strange and looked a bit like a dragon. Han Fei couldn't help but frown. So this Fish Dragon King was probably confused by his name and bloodline and yearned for creatures like dragons. However, he had never seen a dragon before, so he made such a weird picture of a Jiao dragon. In front of this wall, there was a big chair with a tortoise shell as its back and a crab's pincers as its support, like a throne piled up with steel. It could be seen that the Fish Dragon King was not only extremely proud, conceited, but also particularly narcissistic. If it was anyone else who would pile up a throne in their own home, only people like the Fish Dragon King would do that. Seeing this throne, Han Fei suddenly had an urge to sit on it. Wait, why the hell should I sit on it? Suddenly, Han Fei's face changed slightly. Something was wrong. This was the side effect of the mind-manipulating technique. He had always thought that the reason he could act like the Fish Dragon King was because of his good acting skills. But at this moment, when Han Fei saw this ugly throne, he suddenly realized a question. Was it because of his good acting skills, or was it because of the Fish Dragon King's memory itself that influenced him? Before he used the mind-manipulating technique, Han Fei felt that he was much stronger than the Fish Dragon King, so there wouldn't be any problem. But now it seemed that there was still an impact. The old turtle has bad intentions. Fortunately, I only read the memory of one Fish Dragon King. However, Han Fei didn't panic. Anyway, he was going to play the Fish Dragon King now, so he had to sit on the throne. Han Fei sat cross-legged on the throne, casually flipped open a piece of fish skin in front of his knees, and revealed a switch. After turning it on, there was a sun-moon shell and 3 swallowing seashells inside. Han Fei couldn't help but grin. Sure enough, rich people are different. Sun-moon shells were popular in the Shuemu sky, and this was when the Fish Dragon King went to the front line and had brought a lot of resources. Otherwise, there should be more resources here. Half an hour later, Han Fei counted the number of resources he had obtained. There were 5 million caddies of spiritual spring. The combined resources of just 4 heavenly talents from the Baibei Royal City were not much less than that of the Free Valley of the Iceberg City. In addition, there were more than 800,000 caddies of spirit awakening fluid. This was not a lot. It was estimated that these people might have already cultivated their companion spirits. After all, sea demons seem to only have one companion spirit, and no other creatures seem to have contractual spiritual beasts except for human beings. There were 10,821 spiritual energy fruits, 8,645 energy fruits, 482 poisonous and detoxifying fruits of various colors, and 566 spiritual fruits. There were 2 high-quality divine weapons, 13 mid-quality divine weapons, and as many as 42 low-quality divine weapons. There were more than 80 high-quality divine weapons. As for the other materials, they had to be counted in tons. After all, a lot of resources were needed to refine a good weapon. In addition to these basic items, there were more than 120 combat skills of sea demons. There were more than 60 fish skin maps. Han Fei searched in his mind and found that there were only 5 places that hadn't been marked by the Life Queen. Unfortunately, Han Fei didn't have time to explore secret realms now. He could only go there when he had the chance. What if the water fairy's body was there? According to the sea map given to him by the Life Queen, the target was actually very clear, which was the Baibei Royal City and the Blood Sea Divine Wood City. However, how could the people of the Water Wood Heaven enter these 2 places? Fortunately, Han Fei appeared. He had many tricks and could even turn into a sea demon. How could the Life Queen not use such a free talent? However, Han Fei checked the sea map and finally determined that the locations of these places were within 200,000 kilometers of the Baibei Royal City. It wasn't that Han Fei didn't believe it, but that these places were too close to the Baibei Royal City. If the water fairy's body was here, with so many venerables, Dao-seeking state demons, and even kings, how could they not discover the secret realms nearby? Throwing away these treasure maps, Han Fei was a little annoyed. It seemed that he had come to a disadvantage. The water fairy said that he could sense her body within 10,000 kilometers with the lotus petals. But now the entire royal city was only 50 kilometers long and wide. If he had to count the entire abyssal chasm, it should be less than 10,000 kilometers. It could be seen that the water fairy's body wasn't in the Baibei Royal City. He had to find an opportunity to explore the 500,000 kilometer radius of this place. Otherwise, he would have to find a way to escape from the Baibei Royal City and go to the Blood Sea Divine Wood City. After sorting out the resources, Han Fei didn't have time to use them, nor could he deduce anything in the Baibei Royal City. Having no choice, Han Fei could only begin to practice the demon god scripture. This technique was quite extraordinary. If a king saw it, they would probably think that the reason for his rise was related to this technique. In that case, he would successfully deceive another king. Naturally, Han Fei couldn't make another breakthrough here. After all, he had just advanced to the Tao-seeking state and hadn't even consolidated it yet. And his real strength was already at the peak level of a junior explorer. This speed was already extremely fast. After all, the explorer realm was no longer the sea demon realm. It wasn't something that could easily rise to the 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th level just because you had enough resources. However, at this stage, he needed to lay a solid foundation in order to become an intermediate explorer. Half a month later, Dum, Dum, Dum. Gui Sanqing stood outside the courtyard and said, "Young master, it's time for the trial." Han Fei suddenly got up. He had already stuffed all the resources into Forge the Universe so that he could feel at ease. Outside the gate, a half-mermaid said respectfully, "Master Dragon King, I'm here at the order of Venerable Chang Shui to invite you to the trial field." Han Fei's heart slightly moved. After waiting for half a month, the trial finally came. Chapter 1275. The trial grounds of the Sea Demon King City were a bit like the 1,000-star trial ground and the 3 holy lands in the 1,000-star city. The difference was that these trial secret realms didn't have strange things like memory loss. In the center of the Bai Bei Royal City, there were 5 teleportation arrays. According to the difficulty of the trial, they were divided into easy, normal, hard, purgatory, and forbidden areas. According to the color of the teleportation arrays, they were white, green, blue, purple, and black. Each of the 5 teleportation arrays was about 100 meters in diameter. Among them, people often went in and out of the easy and normal teleportation arrays. In the Bai Bei Royal City, everyone had to go to the trial, which was a mandatory requirement. Therefore, under normal circumstances, these trial secret realms were always kept open in case of inconvenience. About 80% of the residents of the Bai Bei Royal City wandered between the easy and normal trials, which meant that a few people would go in and out of the arrays most of the time every day. Of course, teleportation arrays were just teleportation arrays. Behind each teleportation array, there was more than one trial secret realm. As long as you entered the teleportation array, it meant that you had chosen this difficulty. As for which trial you wanted to go to, no one cared whether it was difficult or not. When Han Fei arrived, this semi-venerable expert seemed to have been waiting for him. Seeing Han Fei's arrival, this person took a deep look at the Fish Dragon King and then nodded slightly. Because few people go to the Forbidden Trial Ground, most people don't know much about it. I'll go with you and give you some answers. Han Fei was a little indifferent. This person was named Yu Tianxin. He was very strong and was known as the top Tao-seeking expert in the Bai Bei Royal City. He didn't expect that this person was also responsible for the opening of the Forbidden Trial Ground. Han Fei nodded. In that case, thank you very much, Master Tianxin. In front of the teleportation array, there happened to be a group of about a dozen people who seemed to be going to the trial ground together. However, as soon as they arrived, they were surprised to see the Fish Dragon King and Yu Tianxin, the top Tao-seeking expert in the Bai Bei Royal City, standing in front of the black teleportation array, which was the forbidden trial ground. Then, under the gazes of the others, the 2 of them actually walked in one after the other. They could only see black light flowing and a dense fog covering the place. Where were the 2 of them? However, the 12 or 13 people were all stunned. It was not the first time that the trial field had been used, but they had never seen the teleportation array in the Forbidden Land being used. How could it be used this time? Someone exclaimed, "Who was that just now?" He actually went to the Forbidden Land trial grounds. Someone had a complicated look on his face. "Looks like you haven't been here for long enough. You don't even know the Ichthyosaur King. He's famous for being arrogant and condescending." Someone sighed and said, "Didn't the Ichthyosaur King just fight with Prawn Yue?" It seems that its strength is still inferior to Pranyaways. Is it going to the forbidden ground now? Someone shook his head slightly. How could it be that easy to pass the forbidden area trial grounds? This Ichthyosaur king is arrogant and conceited. I don't think he has much chance of surviving. When Han Fei followed Yu Tianxin into the trial field of the forbidden area, he saw a cliff full of weird wrinkles, on which there were 4 dark caves. Each of the 4 caves had a name written above them. They were Well of the Abyss, Yao Ceiling Pagoda, Thunder Prison, Sea of Divine Demons. Just by looking at the names, Han Fei knew that none of the 4 places seemed to be simple. Otherwise, they wouldn't be called the Forbidden Land Trial Grounds, a place that even heavenly talents had a slim chance of surviving. In the memory of the Ichthyosaur king, there was no memory of any of the 4 places. Therefore, when Han Fei saw the 4 trial grounds, he couldn't help but be stunned. They looked too weird. However, before Yu Tianxin said anything, Han Fei suddenly felt that the lotus petal in Forge the Universe that the water immortal left for him trembled slightly. Han Fei was shocked and his heart surged. Did I come to the right place? As if noticing Han Fei's shock, Yu Tianxin said lightly, "This is the Forbidden Land trial grounds that you want to come to. There are only 4 places in total. Since you insisted on taking a try, now that your wish has been fulfilled, I can briefly explain it to you." Yu Tianxin pointed to the Well of the Abyss and said, "That secret realm is an extremely deep undersea cave. There is a universe inside the cave which is connected to a certain big abyss on the Wall of Death. There are sea beasts running amok there. They don't care whether you are a sea demon or not. In their eyes, you are just food." Han Fei couldn't help but be surprised. Connected to the Wall of Death? Yu Tianxin smiled faintly. Although the Wall of Death is terrifying, not everything is extremely terrifying. Although the Well of the Abyss is connected to the Wall of Death, since this place has been opened up as a trial ground, there will be opportunities for trials, and there won't be creatures that are stronger than you. Of course, not all places in the trial ground can be explored, so there should be many special places where powerful sea beasts may exist. Han Fei looked solemn. So, it is very likely that there are unknown existences beyond the scope of our ability in the Forbidden Land trial grounds? Yu Tianxin said, "The premise is that you can resist the temptation and don't explore some places that you can't reach." Han Fei's eyes directly crossed the Well of the Abyss and looked at the demon subduing tower. Yu Tianxin said, "The demon subduing tower is the forbidden land closest to the Wall of Death. As the name suggests, it's a place to suppress sea demons and fierce beasts. However, the sea beasts and big demons here come from the Wall of Death." Han Fei couldn't help but be shocked. "Can the creatures in the Wall of Death come out?" Yu Tianxin said, "The Wall of Death is just a kind of restriction of the Almighty after all. But any restriction will have some problems after a long time. The Wall of Death has been here for countless years. Isn't it normal that some small fish and shrimps occasionally leak out?" Han Fei asked, "Are the sea demons of different strengths locked together?" Yu Tianxin shook her head. "Of course not. The tower is actually a cave, and the cave is naturally divided into different levels. The demon subduing tower is an ancient place that existed before the White Shell Royal City. The king tried to enter it, but also sensed the danger from the bottom of the demon subduing tower, so he failed." Han Fei's eyelids twitched, and he was dumbfounded. "Huh." Seeing Han Fei's expression, Yu Tianxin smiled casually. "Don't panic. That's the bottom of the demon subduing tower. It's not a place that you and I can reach. The demon subduing tower is divided into different levels according to the strength of the sea demons and fierce beasts it suppresses. There are 9 levels from top to bottom. They correspond to the sea spirit state, the peak stage of the sea spirit state, the Tao-seeking state, the peak stage of the Tao-seeking state, the demi-venerable state, the venerable state, the peak stage of the venerable state, the demi-king state, and the king state." As she spoke, Yu Tianxin couldn't help but look at Han Fei. I have to say that this demon-subduing tower is the most unsuitable for you. If you were still in the sea spirit state with your talent, it would be very likely for you to break through it. However, you have reached the Tao-seeking state. You are the weakest among the 3 Tao-seeking states, and you may be torn apart if you enter it. Han Fei's heart did a flip. He hoped that the water deity wasn't in this demon-subduing tower. This was a place that could even suppress kings, so how could he possibly do anything to it? Logically speaking, going to the 5th level might be his limit, let alone a king state. Seeming to be very sure that Han Fei wouldn't choose the demon-subduing tower, Yu Tianxin looked at the Thunder Prison and said, I'm not sure about this Thunder Prison. I can only say that Master Hai Tinglei cultivated here. Han Fei was slightly stunned. Master Hai Tinglei still needs to go to the Forbidden Trial Field? Yu Tianxin said lightly, it's more like a training field than a trial field. In this space, what you have to face is endless lightning. The deeper you go, the stronger the lightning will be. It is said that you can see the creatures in the lightning at the end. In the end, Yu Tianxin pointed to the divine demon sea. Among the 4 forbidden secret realms, the first 3 have their own characteristics. The safety of the divine demon, can be high or low. It all depends on your luck. The demon-subduing tower has experienced countless years of accumulation. It can be said that no matter which level you go to, the creatures you meet must be extremely powerful. In the Thunder Prison, as long as you are confident that you can withstand the lightning, it is relatively the least dangerous. Han Fei couldn't help but narrow his eyes. What about the divine demon sea? Yu Tianxin said lightly, the divine demon sea is in the wall of death. Pooh! Han Fei looked at Yu Tianxin in shock. Are you kidding me? I can go to the wall of death? Yu Tianxin curled her lips. Don't look at me. I said that the wall of death has been sealed for too long. It's possible that a place is accidentally damaged. The Sea of Gods and Demons was such a place. It was just that the king had used special methods to reconstruct the seal and repair the damaged areas. The disadvantage is that the king will use some unknown method to reflect the creatures in the wall of death. Also, it may not be one, but a group. Han Fei! Hearing Yu Tianxin's explanation, Han Fei was speechless. It didn't sound simple at all. If there was a suitable place, it would be the Thunder Prison. This place was definitely suitable for his cultivation. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, how long can I stay in the Forbidden Secret Realm? Yu Tianxin said lightly, there is actually no limit. If I have to set a time, it will be 7 days in the Well of the Abyss and the Demon-subduing Tower, 3 days in the Thunder Prison, and 1 day in the Divine Demon Sea. The reason why I set this time is to confirm that you are still alive. Han Fei keenly grasped the word no limit, and couldn't help but ask, no limit? Yu Tianxin said, the purpose of setting the time is to confirm that you are still alive. If you think you can stay in there all the time, you can come out first and explain the situation to Master Chang Shuiqin. Then you can go in again. Chapter 1276. Han Fei glanced at the lotus petal in Forge the Universe. Except for the slight tremble at the beginning, the lotus petal didn't move at all. As if he knew what Han Fei was thinking, the old turtle's voice sounded. It's not because your master is within 10,000 kilometers of you, but because your master is in one of the 4 forbidden areas, and these forbidden areas may be very far away from you. But because of the teleportation entrances, the lotus petal can sense it. You just need to walk through the 4 entrances to know. Han Fei immediately understood that he had already chosen his way. No matter which forbidden area the water deity was in, he would choose the Thunder Dungeon. Because of his physique, the Thunder Dungeon wouldn't let him die. Besides, after choosing the Thunder Dungeon, he might be able to cultivate faster. After all, he had the spirit spring water and energy fruits on him. He was not lacking in anything. With the help of the thunder, he might even be able to improve his indestructible body. Yu Tianxin looked at Han Fei. Have you made up your mind? Han Fei walked straight to the well of the abyss. Yu Tianxin wasn't surprised by Han Fei's choice. After all, although the well of the abyss was dangerous, a good choice might help him avoid most of the dangers. However, when Yu Tianxin saw Han Fei walk to the entrance of the well of the abyss, he turned around and walked directly to the demon ceiling tower. Yu Tianxin couldn't help but frown. Although the demon ceiling tower is the place with the most opportunities, it's definitely the most dangerous place. It's extremely dangerous for you to go in with your strength. However, Han Fei didn't listen to Yu Tianxin. Instead, he concluded that the water deity wasn't in the well of the abyss. When he walked straight to the entrance of the demon ceiling tower, the lotus petal in Forge the Universe slightly trembled again. Han Fei glanced at Yu Tianxin calmly and said, I'm not choosing myself. I'm letting my bloodline choose. Yu Tianxin couldn't help but frown. Bloodline has this function? Don't bully me because I don't have a bloodline. My bloodline is not necessarily worse than your Dragon King bloodline. However, when he saw Han Fei continue to walk in the direction of the Thunder Dungeon, he couldn't help but smile secretly. The Thunder Dungeon and the Divine Demon Sea were more dangerous than the first two. However, Yu Tianxin saw Han Fei suddenly stand still at the entrance of the Thunder Dungeon and look into it. He stood there for about 10 seconds, and Yu Tianxin didn't know what he was thinking. Han Fei thought to himself that the acting should be enough, so he turned back. I choose the Thunder Dungeon. Yu Tianxin narrowed her eyes. Are you sure? Although the Thunderbolt prison only has the Thunderbolt baptism, you should know that the time limit is 3 days. This also meant that the Lightning prison was actually a more dangerous place than the Well of the Abyss and the Yaoxiling Tower, second only to the God-Fiend Sea. Han Fei said proudly, I choose the Thunder prison. Yu Tianxin knew that the Fish Dragon King was a heavenly talent no matter how arrogant and bad-tempered he was. Since they were geniuses, they naturally had their own perseverance. Han Fei didn't know why the Fish Dragon King was so confident to enter the Thunder Dungeon. Maybe it was because of his bloodline, or maybe it was because of his luck. Anyway, he was just showing the way for him. After all, there were very few people who would propose to enter the trial field of the Forbidden Area. Therefore, he had to treat every one of them seriously. No one would joke about their own life. Without strength, they wouldn't be able to come out after entering. Those who were strong, such as the Fish Dragon King, were more or less confident. However, it was hard to say whether they were confident enough to make it through. But if the Fish Dragon King made it through, he would be the center of attention. Seeing that Han Fei had made his choice, Yu Tianxin threw out a small seal and said, Master Chang Shuai-Qin said that he would give you a chance. This is an attack that he sealed. Ordinary people don't have this chance. If you weren't forced to go through the tribulation by Shark Maru and the others, Master Chang Shuai-Qin wouldn't help you. This thing can probably save your life. Take care. I will wait for you here for another 3 days. Han Fei caught the small seal and said, What if I don't come back in 3 days? Yu Tianxin said, I personally can wait for 1 more day. If you don't return in 4 days, I can basically assume that you have already died. The teleportation formation that leads to the forbidden trial field will be closed. I won't wait for you anymore. Han Fei couldn't help but pretend to frown. What if I was just delayed? Yu Tianxin shook her head slightly. Under normal circumstances, that possibility is very small. Although it's not impossible, I have already given you 1 day. If you still haven't come out, the probability of you dying is much higher than the probability of you being delayed. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, Aren't you going to go in and have a look? Yu Tianxin couldn't help but sneer. Different levels of strength will lead to different situations after entering. The demon subduing tower clearly distinguishes levels, but in the other 3 forbidden areas, this distinction is very vague and hard to determine. But one thing is for sure, after I enter, the scene will be different from yours. Let's not talk about whether I can find you or not. The question is, why should I save you? Han Fei pondered for a moment and asked, how often does the Forbidden Area's trial field open? Yu Tianxin chuckled. Don't you know? Of course, it will only open when someone wants to challenge you. Why open it when there is no challenge? You should know that 5 years ago, Bai Nen challenged the Forbidden Area's trial field and returned with serious injuries. But because of that, he ranked 3rd on the top 10 Heavenly Talents list. Don't you know? Han Fei's expression didn't change. Of course I know. I was just asking. Okay, I know the rules. Let's go. He didn't chat with Yu Tianxin anymore. He didn't even look at the last divine demon sea, a secret realm that could reflect the creatures on the Wall of Death, the most difficult place among the 4 forbidden areas. He would only go there if there was a hole in his head. Holding the small seal, Han Fei walked to the entrance of the Thunder Dungeon. Of course, this was also a teleportation array. Otherwise, the lotus petal wouldn't have just trembled. The reason why he didn't choose to go to the demon subduing tower at the beginning was mainly that he could tell from Yu Tianxin's explanation that the creatures in the demon subduing tower had been accumulated over countless years. Even if they were raising poisonous insects, there wouldn't be any weak ones. If he went there, he would be at the Dao-seeking state, which was located on the 3rd floor of the demon subduing tower, combining the 3 realms of elementary, intermediate, and advanced. Although he shouldn't be unable to withstand it, this was the one that he had the least reason to choose. If he really went there, he was afraid that some people would suspect him, and he would be the focus of attention. Then, even if he wanted to run away, it might be a problem. As for the teleportation array that Yu Tianxin said would be closed, Han Fei was not so worried, because when Hai Tinglei got there, Han Fei heard him punished by Wushu and Yu Qing, who ambushed him, to guard the demon subduing tower for 30 years. If that place was not the forbidden area, then there must be other ways. Han Fei couldn't help asking the old turtle, if I stay here, is there any way to get out? The old turtle couldn't help but say, how would I know? But there's no secret realm in the world that can't be broken, but it's not hard to say. It's normal to be trapped for 1,000 or 800 years. Han Fei was speechless. Trapped for 1,000 or 800 years. I can only stay in the Shuemu heaven for a total of 3 years. More than 5 months have passed. Time is running out. Han Fei immediately made up his mind to go out in 3 days, but he would delay him for 2 hours to prove that he could break the rules. As for what to do next, he would wait for 3 days. Han Fei went straight into the cave of the Thunder Prison. Boom! Crack, crack, crack. As soon as Han Fei appeared, 2 bolts of lightning struck down heavily, making him tremble all over. Han Fei was speechless. I haven't even seen where the hell is, and the lightning has already started? When Han Fei took a closer look, his face was full of surprise and astonishment, but as far as his eyes could see, there was only darkness. And in this dark sky, dense lightning flashed, one after another, illuminating this place that seemed to extend out of infinite darkness. Han Fei had just recovered from his shock when he heard the old turtle suddenly exclaim. Boom! Han Fei was hit by another bolt of lightning. If he guessed right, the probability of him being struck by lightning here was only once every few seconds. According to the calculation that each bolt of lightning had about the power of a junior explorer, Han Fei couldn't help but click his tongue. No wonder it was called the Forbidden Trial Field. He had just come in and stood at the door, and it was already like this. What would he do later? Of course, Han Fei could also stay at the door for 3 days and then go out. But would Yu Tianxin really not spy on him? Or would no one really inspect him after he went out? However, it was not important whether anyone would inspect him or not. Even if he stayed at the door, the lightning would strike every few seconds for 3 days and 3 nights in a row. Even he wouldn't be able to withstand it. Even ants could bite an elephant to death, let alone lightning. Chapter 1277. Boom! In just a moment, Han Fei had been struck dozens of times. He was so energetic that his energy was overflowing and tiny electric arcs were jumping on his body. He said, "Old Turtle, what are you looking at?" The old turtle pondered and said, "If I'm not mistaken, this place is unusual. It has the aura of the gods." Han Fei was stunned. "No. Wait a minute, what did you say? The aura of the gods? Are you sure?" The old turtle said solemnly, "It can't be wrong. It's definitely the aura of the gods. There was once a god who fought in this world, so he left behind this everlasting thunder domain." But Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "But what?" Han Fei was not a fool. As early as the Age of Doom, the Beast King and the others said that the gods had fallen for 30,000 years. Now, it should be 130,000 years. UF** King told me that someone fought here. Then this place has been struck by lightning for 130,000 years? And the frequency is so high? The old turtle was slightly puzzled. "However, I feel a little strange. It's obviously the aura of the gods, but why is the power so weak? Even in the outermost area, it shouldn't be so weak." Han Fei was stunned for a moment. "Is it weak?" Han Fei pointed at the thunderbolts in the sky, and 2 more thunderbolts continued to bombard him with booms. Of course, Han Fei didn't take it seriously. Instead, he raised his head, looked at the shocking lightning in the sky, and waited for the old turtle's answer. He heard the old turtle said, "You go inside for a while. I'll tell you after I feel it." Hearing the old turtle's words, Han Fei couldn't help but despise him. "You're a disgrace to an almighty emperor. You really don't know anything." However, Han Fei still walked forward a kilometer at a time. Because he was moving very fast, the lightning bolts fell densely on him like raindrops. Of course, Han Fei didn't care at all. He had completely adapted to it now. Boom, rumble, after only 100 kilometers. Han Fei found that although the power of the lightning was not as terrifying as the heavenly tribulation, it was as powerful as the deduction of the void fishing art. Han Fei was not used to this kind of change in intensity. No way. How could the strength change so quickly? It was still fine when they were in the periphery, but how did they become so strong in just 100 kilometers? At that moment, the old turtle said, "Don't stop, continue forward." Han Fei was lost for words. "Old Yuan, are you trying to kill me? You think that this lightning can't kill me, so you want me to experience the power of the heavenly tribulation a few more times? Heh, how could this emperor not know you? Although I haven't seen this space clearly, I can confirm that with your physique, not to mention 100 miles further, even 1,000 miles further would be no problem for you. Do you think being half a golden body is a joke?" Han Fei frowned. "What are you talking about? Am I so powerful?" In fact, Han Fei didn't stop. He was still moving forward at a speed of 1 kilometer per step. After about 150 kilometers, the old turtle said, "Release the little black fish. The power of lightning is extremely young. Your little white fish has just swallowed the extremely cold blue sea smoothie, so the little black fish's young power is weak. It's not a good thing in the long run. Now that we have this environment, you can let it eat for a while." Reminded by the old turtle, Han Fei immediately summoned Little Black and Little White with a flash between his eyebrows. The moment Little White appeared, it stuck to Han Fei's cheek. "Dad, I want to go home." Han Fei stretched out his hand and patted it. Little White returned to forge the universe, and Little Black jumped out and wandered in the sea of lightning. Han Fei thought to himself, "The old turtle is right about that. Just like Little Black didn't like the blue sea smoothie, Little White didn't like the power of lightning either." While walking, Han Fei asked, "Old Turtle, with my Little Black's ability, will he be able to reach a state of balance with Little White after staying in this lightning prison for a few more days?" The old turtle sneered. "What are you thinking? Do you think your little black fish swallowed lightning?" Han Fei was confused. "Isn't it?" The old turtle said they have connate Tao aptitudes. If they need energy, they can absorb it from the void. The reason why they swallow lightning is that there is a trace of the great Tao of extreme yang in the lightning. What they swallow is the power of the great Tao. However, they have been here for too long, and the power of the gods has been exhausted. So, unless your little black fish swallows the entire lightning prison, how can it be compared to the blue sea smoothie? Han Fei. Han Fei felt that 10,000 iron-head fish were galloping in his heart. Swallow the entire lightning prison? Are you kidding me? In the past few seconds, the lightning prison had struck tens of millions of lightning bolts. Do you mean that only after swallowing half of the lightning prison can it be compared to the blue sea smoothie? The old turtle said, so the deeper you go, the stronger the great Tao of extreme yang that the little black fish swallows will be. One of them is equivalent to 10 of the current ones, or even 100 of them. However, Han Fei didn't have any hope for the lightning prison anymore. In the future, he would take Little Black to his junior sister and ask for the parasol fiery tree. 3,000 kilometers later, Han Fei suddenly stopped because he found that cracks had appeared on his body. The power of the lightning seemed to contain some kind of killing intent that could already cut his skin. The old turtle also said, "Okay, that's enough. I've got it." Han Fei asked in confusion, "What have you got?" The old turtle said, "This is indeed a place where the gods fight, but not against each other, but against ominous things." Ominous? Han Fei was slightly confused. Where did he hear this word? But what exactly was this ominous thing? Before Han Fei asked, the old turtle replied, "You may not be happy if I tell you. You don't have any chance or qualification to know what it is. Even I have only heard about it from a venerable emperor. The ominous air has long been gone, so the remaining power of the gods is dispersing. Maybe in tens of thousands of years, the so-called lightning prison will be gone by itself." Han Fei asked casually, "That's it?" The old turtle asked, "Then what else do you want to hear?" Han Fei rolled his eyes and said, "What's the difference between telling me and not telling me? I just want to ask you, what opportunities are there in this lightning prison? If there are, let's get them out. We've finally come to the Sea Demon King city. We have to take something with us, right?" The old turtle pondered for a while. "The problem is that you are only half a venerable now. Even if you fully activate your secret techniques, you can only go another 2,000 kilometers forward at most. You can't get in touch with the real opportunities here." Oh. While the two of them were talking, they suddenly heard the roar of a strange beast in the dark void. Han Fei was stunned. Didn't they say that the lightning prison was full of lightning and there were no creatures? Then who was the one who roared? Where's Little Black? Han Fei suddenly realized that Little Black was gone. It was too difficult to find Little Black now. It was pure black, the kind that could even swallow light. If he didn't pay attention, he would disappear into the darkness and never be found again. Fortunately, Little Black was his spiritual beast and he could sense it. So, Han Fei looked up at the sky, only to find that Little Black was chasing something blue thousands of meters high in the sky. The spirit of the thunder vein? Where did it come from? I didn't notice it in advance. The old turtle was always half a beat slower. Han Fei had long been used to this. At this moment, he was also scanning the blue, dragon-like thing with his perception. The old turtle hurriedly said, "Don't use your soul perception." Boom! Han Fei felt that his head was about to explode, and he was stunned for 3 to 5 seconds. Then he slowly came back to himself. After he woke up, Han Fei found that he was bleeding from his eyes, nose and mouth. He wiped his nose with his hand, only to find that golden blood flowed out in large patches. Han Fei couldn't help but say angrily, "Why didn't you say so earlier? What's going on?" The old turtle was speechless. "Did you give me a chance to speak? It's fine if it's in other places. But the spirit of the thunder vein is a creature born in lightning. The power of the soul tends to be dark. Luckily, your soul power is not weak, and the spirit of the thunder vein is not strong enough. Otherwise, your soul would have been heavily injured. Han Fei immediately cast star transposition and chased after the spirit of the thunder vein in the void against the lightning. While chasing, he asked, "What's the use of the spirit of the thunder vein?" The old turtle said, "Nothing. It's just like the difference between turbid spiritual energy, regular spiritual energy, and pure spiritual energy. The spirit of the thunder vein is the essence of the power of lightning in the thunder prison. However, there shouldn't be many of them. Otherwise, if I swallowed 1,000 of them, I would have been able to absorb the power of the blue sea ice sand." Han Fei was dumbfounded again. 1,000? Then you'll have to swallow me. Seeing that Little Black and the blue snake were jumping and chasing each other in the sky, Han Fei joined the battle. As soon as the little blue snake saw Han Fei coming at such a fast speed, it roared, and the thousands of lightning bolts seemed to have found a target and bombarded directly at Han Fei. Boom! 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 Han Fei's body sank, and he fell from the sky, with 7 or 8 cracks on his body. It was obvious that the lightning could hurt the body of a semi-venerable one. No wonder Yu Tianxin didn't suggest him to come to the Thunder Prison. Even if Yu Tianxin himself were here, he would have been badly bombarded. However, Han Fei certainly wouldn't let go of the meat in his mouth. With a low grunt, he opened his mouth and inhaled. Using the swallowing technique, the 1,000 bolts of lightning were swallowed by Han Fei in one gulp, and his body was swallowed until he became fat. Star Transposition, where are you going? Chapter 1278. When Little Black and the spirit of the thunder vein chased each other, Han Fei also joined in. In terms of speed, Han Fei was extremely fast and couldn't be measured by the speed of a beginner Tao-seeking state cultivator at all. As soon as Han Fei made a move, the spirit of the thunder vein noticed that something was wrong. A large amount of lightning seemed to be controlled and blasted at Han Fei crazily. Han Fei was a little impatient. These lightning bolts were indeed very strong, but could they kill him? Not really. Han Fei even felt that if he wanted to use this lightning for cultivation, it might not be enough. Now the 4th level of the indestructible body had been broken, and the next level was to forge an indestructible body. And one of the features of the indestructible body was that it could be reborn from a single drop of blood. Although for a venerable powerhouse, rebirth from a single drop of blood was something that anyone could do. However, how could it be so easy for those who cultivated their bodies to return to their strength before the world annihilation? Therefore, this indestructible body was different from ordinary rebirth from a single drop of blood. Rebirth was just one of its abilities. In addition to rebirth, if the indestructible body broke through the 5th level, the next level should be the indestructible body in terms of soul. However, the indestructible body that Ren Tianfei gave him didn't mention the cultivation of the 6th level. This meant that if he broke through the 5th level, he wouldn't be able to cultivate the indestructible body anymore. At this moment, Han Fei, who was being bombarded by thousands of lightning bolts, grabbed at the dragon-like spirit of the thunder vein in the void at the risk of cracks appearing on his body. At the moment when the spirit of the thunder vein was grabbed by Han Fei, it seemed to be very anxious and let out a dragon roar as if it wanted to shatter Han Fei's soul. However, what responded to the spirit of the thunder vein was also a roar. To be precise, it was a roar. The dragon roared and the tiger roared. The 2 kinds of soul powers collided with each other, setting off layers of ripples in the sky. When Han Fei grabbed the spirit of the thunder vein, he found that cracks appeared on his arm one after another. At the same time, the spirit of the thunder vein seemed to regard Han Fei as the strongest and most dangerous enemy, frantically calling out lightning to bombard him. At this moment, Blackie also rushed forward. His sinister mouth was open wide, and it was still completely black. Han Fei knew very well what Little Black was doing. He was going to swallow the spirit of the thunder vein. Immediately, Han Fei said, "Son, don't eat it. I still need it." Little Black was about to eat it, but Han Fei told it not to, which made it very depressed. However, Little Black and Little White never seemed to mind food very much. Therefore, since Han Fei wanted it, it certainly wouldn't force him to eat it. Seeing Little Black swish into the dark nothingness again, Han Fei couldn't help but sigh. "I'm afraid that even I, its master, can't find it in the future." Ignoring Little Black, the spirit of the Thunder Vein captured by Han Fei was no longer as ferocious as before. This was a 3 feet-long snake. A string of information emerged in Han Fei's eyes. Name: Thunder Vein Spirit. Introduction. A special creature that lives in a place where lightning gathers and feeds on lightning. Its body was formed from the accumulation of lightning essence energy. It was nurtured by a trace of Taoist rhyme that entered its body. It has the ability to control part of the lightning. It is extremely fast and can dodge in the lightning. Level 66, quality, none, spiritual energy, none, effect, it can temper the body, remove the impurities in the spiritual veins, and improve the physique. Collectible, none, absorbable, faced with such a creature that he didn't know exactly. Han Fei couldn't help but have an idea. For others, the Thunder Prison was an extremely dangerous place. But for him, it wasn't. Was there a better place for cultivation than the Thunder Prison? Almost none. These thunderbolts could provide him with almost infinite power. He had so much spiritual spring that it was enough for him to fill a river or take a bath. Besides, when Han Fei discovered that the spirit of the Thunder Vein could summon thunderbolts, he had an idea in his heart a long time ago. The indestructible body could be deduced. Before, Han Fei had never deduced the indestructible body because the path of body refinement was too difficult. With the help of the power of the heavenly tribulation, the indestructible body passed the 4th level of the indestructible body. At this level, the indestructible body was half golden, and the blood was golden, which made Han Fei's body take a big step towards the inhuman direction. However, if he wanted to continue to break through the indestructible body, ordinary thunderbolts couldn't help him at all. Unless, as the old turtle said, he could enter the deepest part of the Thunder Prison. But that was also impossible. Since these methods couldn't continue to improve the indestructible body in a short time, he had to find another way. Since the difficulty of cultivation is extremely high, it's possible for me to improve the upper limit of the quality of the cultivation method itself, right? While the old turtle was puzzled, he once again saw that in Han Fei's Forge the Universe, 100,000 caddies of spiritual spring had been swallowed by this world. 100,000 caddies of spiritual spring might not be a lot, but it was definitely not a small amount either. And it disappeared so strangely. This made the old turtle have to wonder. First of all, the disappearance of this spiritual spring must have something to do with the calabash. But what did Han Fei do? Why did the calabash eat 100,000 caddies of spiritual spring? However, there were some things that the old turtle was destined to be blind to. At this moment, information emerged in Han Fei's eyes. Indestructible, tyrant body, heaven level, divine quality, introduction. This is a method to connect the body with the divine. By cultivating the skin, flesh, viscera, bones, and marrow, one can forge an indestructible golden body. Through the golden body, one can nurture an immortal soul. The body and the soul are combined to obtain the indestructible tyrant body. Deduced art, unknown deduction consumption, 1 billion disadvantage. Extremely high requirements for physique note. Don't focus on speed and body refining. It needs to be steady and steady. When Han Fei saw this message, he quickly browsed through the content. Then he was speechless to discover a fact. This so-called indestructible tyrant body, in fact, only had one more way to forge an immortal soul than the indestructible body. On the path of physical cultivation, there was nothing special about it than the indestructible body. At this moment, the method of forging the soul also made Han Fei's blood freeze. This combat skill said that in order to forge the strongest soul, one must crush and obliterate it. And the first step of this obliteration method was called physical suffering. The general meaning was that the body was a foreign object, but the spirit could last forever. Therefore, when one day he could ignore the physical pain, it meant that he had mastered the indestructible body. The second volume of the indestructible tyrant body was officially initiated. Han Fei was speechless. Damn it, isn't it killing me? My body is also my own body. I'm in excruciating pain, but I pretend that it's not me, but someone else who is in pain. What kind of perverted mentality is this? Han Fei had wanted to take a shortcut and try to break through the physical barrier quickly with the indestructible tyrant body, while the energy was infinite in this lightning prison. But now he gave up. Sure enough, there were no shortcuts in this world. He hadn't even finished walking a path, yet he was already thinking of changing to a more effective method when he was only halfway there. However, while grabbing the spirit of the thunder vein, Han Fei secretly activated the indestructible body. When his flesh and skin became extremely hot, vitality slowly emerged in his body. The wounds that had been blasted apart recovered in a moment, and the struggling spirit of the thunder vein continued to summon lightning from time to time, which gave Han Fei enough time to cultivate. Although he couldn't make great progress in the 5th level of the indestructible body, the cultivation speed was definitely more than 10 times faster than the normal cultivation speed. Han Fei was even tempted. At this speed, he should be able to touch the level of a golden body in half a year at most. Unfortunately, he didn't come here for cultivation, but to find the water fairy. Now, Han Fei roughly knew the water fairy's whereabouts. It was in the demon subduing tower. He had to go to that place, after all. As for this lightning prison, Han Fei had to pass the demon subduing tower to see if there was a way to sneak out of there. Thinking of this, Han Fei stopped caring about anything else and began to concentrate on cultivation. 3 days later, Little Black caught another 7 or 8 spirits of the thunder vein from somewhere. All in all, Han Fei saw Little Black strolling in front of him with a little snake in his mouth many times. And in the past 3 days, Han Fei sensed the growth of his physique and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Such high-intensity cultivation almost made him an idiot. He felt that his indestructible body hadn't even improved by 1%. At this moment, Han Fei realized that he had overestimated his cultivation speed. At this rate, it was basically impossible for him to reach the level of a beginner indestructible body and an indestructible golden body without staying in this lightning prison for a full year. He heard the old turtle say, "Your body is becoming stronger very quickly. I think you can really try to cultivate in this state for 10 years. With your resource reserves, 10 years is enough for you to cultivate to the peak of Tao-seeking and achieve a golden body. Your strength can reach the level of a semi-venerable. In this barren land, there shouldn't be many people who can be your match." Han Fei curled his lips. "I'm not interested. I'm a man who will become a king. The entire Yin-Yang heaven is waiting for me to go back." Chapter 1279. In other people's eyes, the Thunder Dungeon was extremely terrifying. However, for Han Fei, it had become a place for body tempering. It could be seen that, although body tempering was difficult, it was also a great opportunity. Han Fei didn't believe that nobody knew the function of the Thunder Dungeon. However, there were probably only a handful of people who could cultivate here. Even if it was him, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he felt that he was already the strongest in the body refinement realm. Even so, after a long time, his skin was still cracked and he needed the indestructible body to revive himself. Outside the Thunder Dungeon, Chang Shui-Qin was standing in front of the caves of the 4 forbidden areas, looking calm. Chang Shui-Qin asked, 3 days? You mean he chose the Thunder Dungeon? Yu Tianqi nodded. Yes, he deliberately passed the Well of the Abyss and the Demon Subduing Tower. He didn't even look at the Sea of Gods and Demons. Chang Shui-Qin nodded slightly. If this is the change of his bloodline, his demonic heritage must have improved. Otherwise, he couldn't have resisted the bombardment of the Thunder Dungeon, even though he has been staying at the entrance. Yu Tianqin was holding a heritage testing stone in her hand. Let's see if he can come out. Logically speaking, he should have already come out by now. When Yu Tianqin spoke, his eyes suddenly narrowed, and blood rushed out of the entrance of the Thunder Dungeon. The rolling blood, the flashing electric arcs on his body, and the scabs all over his body seemed to be proving how miserable he was. Seeing this scene, Yu Tianqin's expression changed slightly. He really came out alive? What did it mean? It meant that the Fish Dragon King had infinite potential in body tempering. It also meant that the opportunities the Fish Dragon King got during this trip were enough to support his body tempering to such a high level. Chang Shui-Qin, on the other hand, looked at Han Fei casually and asked softly, "How do you feel?" Seeing Chang Shui-Qin, Han Fei held his spear in one hand and was about to speak when he opened his mouth and a lightning arc spurted out. The old turtle almost rolled his eyes in Han Fei's sea of consciousness. He had seen good actors, but he had never seen one as good as Han Fei. Do I even have to act when I say something? Han Fei's voice slightly trembled. It's terrifying. Endless lightning strikes. No wonder it's listed as the second forbidden area. Chang Shui-Qin said calmly, "It's not that the Thunder Dungeon is listed as the second forbidden area. The difficulty of the Forbidden Lands had no particular order. To different people, the difficulty was different. How far have you traveled?" Han Fei frowned. How should I put it? If it was at the entrance, it would be meaningless. However, if he advanced too much, he would only be suspected for no reason. Han Fei thought for a moment, and his voice was accompanied by electric arcs. 300 kilometers away at most. What Han Fei meant was, "I also went out a long way, but I came back later." But even so, Chang Shui-Qin couldn't help but be a little surprised. He thought that Han Fei had probably walked about 50 or 100 kilometers. As for staying where he was, that was impossible. Chang Shui-Qin didn't believe it either. He knew that the Fish Dragon King's arrogant personality would not allow him to stay. However, the result of 300 kilometers really made Chang Shui-Qin look at Han Fei in a new light. Yu Tianqin couldn't help but narrow his eyes. "Fish Dragon King, are you sure you can go as far as 300 kilometers? Although Reverend Chang Shui, and I haven't seen it with our own eyes, we can make a rough judgment based on your strength. We can analyze it through the results of your future trials." Han Fei scorned in his heart. What the hell? It's only 300 kilometers, and you're already so shocked? Then what if I say that I cultivated for 3 days and 3 nights in a place more than 3,000 kilometers away? But on the surface, Han Fei's face sank. I, the Fish Dragon King, don't lie. 300 kilometers is not worth my lie. Yu Tianqin nodded slightly. Of course we won't doubt you. You've already proved your strength by coming out alive. However, since you can stay in the Thunder Prison for 3 days, does it mean that your demonic heritage has indeed changed? Reverend Chang Shui, and I need to take a look. With that, Yu Tianqin threw the heritage testing stone in his hand to Han Fei. Han Fei seemed to have known that this would happen, so he had been prepared. Han Fei grabbed the heritage testing stone with one hand and injected demonic energy into it. Suddenly, the purple light turned from purple to dark red, indicating that it hadn't reached level 9. However, this degree of intensity was obviously the limit of a level 8 demonic heritage. Seeing this, Yu Tianqin couldn't help but say in surprise, "Level 8 high quality." Yu Tianqin couldn't help looking at Chang Shui-Qin, but the latter's expression still didn't change much. However, Chang Shui-Qin said, "It's not bad. From level 8, low quality to level 8, even a little higher. You've tried to break through to level 9, haven't you?" Han Fei's body trembled imperceptibly. The old turtle was speechless. This kid is indeed a very careful liar. Seeing Han Fei's reaction, Chang Shui-Chin couldn't help but smile. It seems that I still underestimated your gains this time. It seems that the power of your bloodline has improved your overall strength by at least 2 levels. Do you still want to continue this trial? Han Fei pretended to be hesitant. He needed to show a certain talent, and at the same time, show that he was still a little bit lacking. Han Fei hesitated for a while before he said slowly, Reverend Chang Shui, can you give me 3 months? 3 days is really too short. Chang Shui-Chin said indifferently, 1 month. I don't care what opportunities you have obtained, but if you can repeatedly cultivate in the Thunder Prison for a month, maybe your strength will soar. But if you stay for 3 months, I'm afraid that your improvement will be too fast, which will inevitably affect the polishing of your foundation. Han Fei was overjoyed. Sure enough, pretending to be a genius was useful. Otherwise, it would be good enough if he didn't slap you to death when negotiating with someone like Chang Shui-Chin. Han Fei gritted his teeth. Okay, thank you, Reverend Chang Shui. 1 month it is. Senior Tianqin, are you going to wait outside or come back in a month? In fact, Han Fei didn't care whether Yu Tianqin was here or not. He wanted to go to the Demon Ceiling Tower, but he couldn't go there directly, because with his current strength, the Demon Ceiling Tower was the most unsuitable forbidden place for him. However, he was not the real Fish Dragon King. As long as Chang Shui-Chin was not here, he could sneak into the Demon Ceiling Tower from the Thunder Prison without Yu Tianqin noticing. Yu Tianqin slightly shook his head. I'll come back in a month. This is a test. Since you want a month, it means that you've already considered it. You have to have the qualifications to enjoy all the generous treatment. Don't you have anything to promise? The forbidden secret realms of the Baibei Royal City were rarely opened, but as long as they were opened, they would be given enough attention. If Han Fei performed well, then both his identity and status would rise. But if Han Fei only became a little stronger, he could only maintain the treatment of the top 10 heavenly talents at best. This was a status that could be exchanged with one's life. Many people could do this, but they wouldn't. After all, they might lose their lives if they made a mistake. Han Fei was overjoyed. It's great that you're not here. If you're not here, I'll have time to play in the Demon Ceiling Tower. Chang Shui-Chin glanced at Han Fei casually. I hope you can show me more different things. Try more. If level 8 high quality can become level 9, you should know what it means. Han Fei nodded solemnly. In fact, Han Fei was laughing like a pig in his heart. Han Fei sat cross-legged and began to recover, which was a matter of course for Chang Shui-Chin. There was only 1 month. Han Fei needed to prove his value and plasticity in this month, so he raced against time. After about 10 minutes, the old turtle's voice sounded in Han Fei's heart. Okay, stop pretending. These 2 people have already left. Phew! Han Fei was relieved. Old turtle, each of the 4 realms must be extraordinary. Tell me, can't you use your emperor's power for a while? Wouldn't it be better if we emptied these 4 forbidden realms? The old turtle couldn't help but roar. If I could use the king power, would I have been imprisoned in your sea of consciousness by your gourd? If I could use the king power, it wouldn't have taken me a day to possess your body. Han Fei said awkwardly, Okay, that's bullshit. In that case, we can come back when we have time in the future. For now, we should go to the Demon Ceiling Tower. Can you feel the closure of the teleportation array here? The old turtle scoffed. Even if you are an array master, can't you understand? Of course it's closed, but you can open it at any time. If you're not in a hurry, stay outside for another day and then go in. Thinking of this, Han Fei agreed with him. As the saying went, haste makes waste, so he had to wait. 1 day later, there was no movement from the teleportation array. Han Fei pinched his fingers to make sure that no one was watching him. Then he walked quickly to the cave where the Demon Ceiling Tower was located. Chapter 1280. Han Fei remembered that Hai Ting Lei had sent by Wu Shu and Yu Qinglai to guard the demon subduing tower. Therefore, Han Fei felt that he might appear in front of these two people after entering the cave. At that time, he could threaten and bribe them. He could tell these two people that as long as they didn't tell anyone that he had been here, he could take them as his followers and take them back from there. Han Fei believed that no one could resist such a temptation. After all, 30 years was not a short time. Instead of being reduced to guarding the gate in such a dangerous place, they would definitely know how to choose. However, the moment Han Fei stepped into the cave of the demon subduing tower, he seemed to have fallen into a whirlpool and appeared in an undersea jungle. Han Fei was stunned and asked in surprise, "Undersea jungle? Where is the demon subduing tower?" The old turtle said, "I don't feel very good. You don't seem to have appeared outside this demon subduing tower, but directly inside it." Huh. Han Fei was stunned. This teleportation array led directly to the inside of the demon subduing tower? Then, as long as he did the opposite, wouldn't the creatures in the demon subduing tower also be able to come out from here? The old turtle said leisurely, "The way you came in is gone." Han Fei hurriedly looked back, and his heart skipped a beat. "Where is the way?" The old turtle said, "Maybe you didn't say that you wanted to come to the demon subduing tower, so Cheng Shuiken and Yu Tianxin didn't have to tell you the way out of the demon subduing tower. It seems that you might as well have chosen this demon subduing tower from the beginning. At least you know how to come out." Han Fei couldn't have felt better. What the hell is going on? Where is the demon subduing tower? Shouldn't it be a huge tower? Are there countless powerful creatures suppressed in the tower? If there was a loophole in this place and someone took advantage of it and opened up a path, how could the creatures inside not notice it at all? Han Fei immediately said, "No, in terms of arrays, there is no absolutely perfect array in this world. Since I can come in, I can definitely go out. There must be an array here, but it was hidden the moment I appeared." Then he heard the old turtle cry out, "Are you sure that the path you came in through was a spell formation?" Han Fei's eyelids twitched, and then his face darkened. He said helplessly, "Can't you say something auspicious?" The old turtle said disdainfully, "In the world of cultivation, often the path you can't think of or are unwilling to think about is the answer. At the very least, I didn't feel any teleportation formation. It should be the laws of space." Han Fei was about to taunt the old turtle when he subconsciously moved his body away. The next moment, a pale yellow light pierced through the void and appeared directly where Han Fei was just standing. "What is it?" Han Fei's expression changed slightly. In the blink of an eye, dozens of similar lights appeared. To be precise, there were more than 30 of them, and they came from all directions. Buzz. The invincible will condensed, and a golden giant protected Han Fei in it. He stomped his feet, and the coiled tortoise array and the soul driving array appeared at the same time. The 64-dimensional fish dragon dance subconsciously appeared. Even so, the speed couldn't be compared with the speed of light. Even though that yellow light didn't seem to be real light, its speed seemed to be even faster than the revolving star transposition. This was why Han Fei didn't use the star's passage technique. Puff, puff, the coiled tortoise array was directly blasted through, and the yellow light directly passed through the soul driving array. It seemed that it was not a soul attack. However, when the yellow light collided with the invincible will, Han Fei clearly felt a pain in his head as if being pricked by a needle. Could that weird thing corrode the will? Fortunately, Han Fei dodged fast enough. Only 2 or 3 yellow lights fell on him, but they were blocked by the invincible will. Although there were still yellow lights shooting at him, Han Fei reacted extremely quickly. "Huh!" Han Fei roared, turned around, and blasted out a sacrificing punch. The bright red light pierced through the void, crushing all the way, and traversed dozens of kilometers. This was Han Fei's current strength, which, was no longer the same as when he was a law enforcer. At the moment when the sacrificing punch was blasted out, Han Fei activated the heavenly void divine walking technique and chased after the sacrificing punch. Han Fei wanted to see what kind of creature was attacking him, because when he released his perception, Han Fei felt a trace of danger. It seemed that when he released his perception, there was a feeling of being pulled, as if someone was going to eat his perception. The heavenly void divine walking technique was very fast, wasn't it? Walking in the half-real and half-illusory space, Han Fei felt that even the yellow light shouldn't be able to keep up with him. However, something horrifying happened. Han Fei turned his head and found that in the void, the yellow light was still there. There was a light trying to catch up with him and kill him. Han Fei was stunned. What the hell is this? Damn, is this a physical attack or a magic attack? Of course. Han Fei also pointed his finger backhandedly, and spiritual energy surged, shaking and exploding. It wasn't too difficult, and the yellow light was deflected. Boom! According to the power of the explosion, Han Fei could roughly judge the power of this yellow light. It wasn't very strong, only about the power of an intermediate Tao-seeking state. After shattering an attack, because the speed was extremely fast, Han Fei had already followed the path of the sacrificing punch before all the other attacks had time to arrive. He crushed all the yellow light that came at him, shattering all the yellow light that came at him. It was also at this moment that Han Fei saw a kind of terrifying demonic plant. It was shaped like deformed fingers and supported by a long and flat palm, which looked like a human hand. When it launched an attack, the palm-like demonic plant pointed all 6 fingers in Han Fei's direction. It seemed to want to resist the sacrificing punch. However, how could it resist Han Fei's all-out attack? It was not a peak-level Tao-seeking state, let alone a semi-venerable. How could it suppress Han Fei? In Han Fei's eyes, information emerged. Name six-fingered coral introduction, a strange creature that coexists with demonic plants and insects. It has the ability to corrode. Concentrated by it, a large number of corrosive worms will parasitize and devour the vitality and soul of the host until the host grows into a new six-fingered coral. The six-fingered coral and the sea flower are natural enemies. With the tentacles of the sea flower, the crisis of corrosive worms can be solved. Level 75 quality, exotic, law enforcement, corrosive light contains spiritual energy greater than 123,364 points effect. Inedible, collectible, spirit eroding worm, fluid, absorbable. Note, it's best not to kill it directly. Otherwise, the corrosive worms will spread throughout the area, looking for a host. Seeing this scene, Han Fei couldn't help but exclaim, "Holy sh*T!" The space in front of him was directly twisted, and he appeared far away. Rumble, a terrifying explosion sounded, and the sacrificing punch directly blew up a large area of the six-fingered coral. In the seawater, there were colorful, unknown particles floating everywhere. Han Fei was horrified. Damn, what kind of creature is this? He had been in the 100,000 mountains for so long, but he had never even heard of it. The old turtle said, "Well, it's just a six-fingered coral. It's nothing strange. As long as your defense is strong enough and your willpower is strong enough, it can't do anything to you. However, this six-fingered coral is too small, isn't it?" Han Fei had already retreated and stomped his feet. Fuse! When the yin-yang divine eyes appeared, Han Fei immediately felt that he was in an extremely good state. Through Little White's perception, he could clearly know where the source of danger was. Besides, after this fusion, Han Fei felt that through the coldness, the yellow rays of light could actually slow down when they shot at him. Han Fei was amused. It turns out that you're also afraid of the cold? Han Fei didn't need to fight with this kind of creature, but he wouldn't give up completely. He reached out and grabbed some spirit-eroding worm fluid, melted a little into his body, and was wrapped in spiritual energy, making it impossible for them to escape. The heaven spirit detoxifying insect directly hooked the mass of spirit-eroding worm fluid that Han Fei sent over. Then it quickly stuffed it into its mouth. Good. Han Fei immediately grinned. Compared with Little Fatty and the others, the Heaven Spirit detoxifying insects level was the highest. After all, he had walked all over the 100,000 mountains and had seen all kinds of demonic plants. Now the Heaven Spirit detoxifying insect had reached level 58. This was the result of forcefully eating. How did it come out? Han Fei didn't know. Seeing this, Han Fei issued an order in his heart, and the infinity water shot out. From Forge the Universe, Han Fei took out a piece of blank fish skin. As Han Fei drew an array with one hand, soon in the array, the infinity water rolled towards the large pile of six-fingered coral that had just been cut, sealing the spirit-eroding worm fluid in it. Han Fei felt that it would be useless even if he ate too much. However, as a new poison, it shouldn't be a problem for the Heaven Spirit detoxifying insect to reach level 59. Sure enough, in a place like the Demon Sealing Tower, danger and opportunity coexisted. This was more exciting and challenging than the boring Thunder Prison. Of course, although Han Fei had collected a piece of six-fingered coral, it didn't mean that Han Fei liked to stay in such an environment. After all, this place was creepy and no one wanted to stay here. Just as he swam 100 kilometers away, Han Fei saw a lily on the rock wall of a mountain. However, it was much bigger than the lilies. Its tentacles were also much longer than the lily and looked very beautiful. After seeing such a beautiful flower, Han Fei's heart skipped a beat. The more beautiful a creature was, the more likely it was to deceive people. A lily from the bottom of the sea? I've never seen it before. It was another creature that I've never seen in the 100,000 mountains. Sailor coral, also known as Dead Man's Finger. Chapter 1281. Whether in the sea or on land, whether it was fish, demonic plants, or particularly colorful creatures, they were usually not good things. Of course, this lily was nothing compared to the colorful coral area. However, he had to make it clear where it was appearing. He didn't know where he was at all. In all directions, it was a dark, undersea jungle. Only some luminous creatures were flickering, and the silence was a little scary. In the seawater, there seemed to be a little gray color, not as gorgeous as the coral reef area. Of course, this was not what surprised Han Fei. What really horrified him was that the lily seemed to be born out of thin air. Or, Han Fei was also sure that he probably appeared on the 3rd floor of the demon-suppressing tower, which was the level of Tao-seeking state creatures. However, could a mere Tao-seeking state creature make him feel a sense of crisis? Han Fei couldn't help frowning. Old Turtle, if I'm not mistaken, this should be this kind of demonic plant that drilled through the space and directly appeared here, right? The Old Turtle seemed a little absent-minded. Do you still need to guess? Isn't it obvious? Of course, Han Fei knew. It was just that he wanted to chat with the Old Turtle in this weird atmosphere. Seeing that the Old Turtle didn't want to chat, Han Fei confirmed a direction through his perception after merging. There was a large area of rock walls. But behind the layers of rock walls, through Little White's perception, Han Fei was very sure that there were terrifying creatures in that place. Over there, it should be the thing that tried to devour his perception power when he came in just now. Han Fei didn't really want to deal with these creatures. Just like where the six-fingered coral was just now. Fortunately, he didn't appear in their encirclement, but on the periphery. Otherwise, the movement couldn't have been so small. And now, as soon as he rushed out of that area, he immediately saw a lily. From the perspective of natural enemies, this lily should be the sea flower, the nemesis of the six-fingered coral. How strong was the six-fingered coral? How disgusting were its combat skills? The flower of the sea might not be any better. However, when he tried to find a relatively safe route on the 3rd floor of the demon-subduing tower, he found that in Little White's perception system, the most dangerous place and the safest place both pointed to the direction of the sea flower. Han Fei couldn't help but laugh at himself. No wonder the Yao ceiling pagoda was so dangerous. In other words, the flowers had blocked off all the roads. There's only one path left. It would be strange if it wasn't dangerous. Han Fei had made a rough judgment in his heart. Perhaps the third level of the Yao ceiling pagoda was also a way to select the strongest. In any case, Han Fei absolutely didn't believe it. You're telling me that there are no big demons except for two kinds of plants in a demon-suppressing ancient land that has existed for God knows how long? Of course, he didn't believe it. Therefore, Han Fei firmly believed that as long as he passed the flower of the divine sea, he would be in a different situation. Immediately, Han Fei stretched out a giant hand of void spiritual energy and grabbed the lily. However, just as the big hand of spiritual energy was about to need it, the feather-shaped tentacles of the lily grew thousands of tentacles in a hurry. Han Fei was also stunned. Is this the demonic plant in the sea? I was just testing it, but this damn thing even wants to eat my spiritual energy? Han Fei took a closer look. What's that? Feather-shaped tentacles? It's not AF asterisk king tentacle at all. It's a living leech? Leeches could also be called water leeches, especially in the level 1 and level 2 fisheries. There are often horrible stories about water leeches passing through. However, Han Fei had never seen a leech covered with long tentacles. The reason why he was sure that this was a leech was that this leech had tentacle-like tentacles all over its body. At the moment when all the tentacles stretched out, Han Fei saw its body hidden under the tentacles. That soft, sticky thing, if it wasn't a leech, what was it? At the moment when Han Fei waved his void hand and squeezed it, a small part of it was cut off by this lily-like leech. Of course, the rest of the spiritual energy hand easily caught the leech and pinched it to death. Han Fei immediately activated his spiritual energy, and the infinity water turned into countless spiky water needles, protecting him in all directions. With the infinity water, Han Fei was not afraid that this leech had any special means to attack him. However, when this lily-like leech was pinched to death, Han Fei saw 1, 2, 3 more stretching out of the void. Han Fei was dumbfounded. I just pinched a flower to death. Why are there so many? No matter how many there are, aren't they afraid of being pinched to death by me? In this environment, he must have been discovered. Han Fei had no choice, since the most dangerous place and the safest place were in the same direction. He had to rush forward by himself. Han Fei ran all the way in the most dangerous direction. He rushed mainly because he didn't want to give this leech a chance. Sure enough, when Han Fei began to rush all the way, he saw white and purple lilies around him one after another. Because these leeches appeared too frequently, it was inevitable that Han Fei would encounter them in the process of sprinting and couldn't stop in time. Therefore, no matter how fast Han Fei was and how sensitive his reaction was, he was still hit in the end. At that moment, information emerged in Han Fei's eyes. Name Flower of the Sea introduction, a strange creature that coexists with demonic plants and insects. It has countless tentacles that can pierce through the void, and on each tentacle there is an accompanying feather-shaped leech that can devour vitality, parasitize, and divide. The Flower of the Sea can continue the power of other creatures to some extent, so it can't continue its unique ability. Level 77, Quality, Legendary, Law Enforcement, Devour, contained spiritual energy greater than 155,172 points. Edible effect, if eaten for a long time. It can greatly increase your vitality and improve your physique. Collectible, Void Fruit, Void, Tentacles, Absorbable, Remarks, where the flower of the sea grows. All living creatures are kept alive by the flower of the sea. Sure enough, Han Fei immediately cursed in his heart. No wonder it's the sworn enemy of the six-fingered coral. It's impossible that the flower of the sea isn't as disgusting as the six-fingered coral. The two were born in the same space and have been fighting against each other for countless years. Their strength should at least be comparable. When Han Fei saw that the so-called flower of the sea seemed to coexist with leeches. He thought to himself, is this so-called flower of the sea a sea anemone? The symbiosis of leeches and sea anemones is really interesting. To be honest, Han Fei had never seen such a powerful sea anemone. A strange creature with level 77 strength should be much more dangerous than a sea anemone of the same type. Han Fei continued to rush forward, but after running for less than 300 kilometers, he saw a large area of white flowers and plants floating towards him. They were exactly the same as the marching sea leeches, except for the different color. Han Fei couldn't help but frown when he saw such a small creature preying on such a large area. Han Fei frowned, and the invincible will reappeared. The infinity water swooshed and began to spin crazily around him. Han Fei was not the kind of person who would hide his strength. This demon-subduing tower was much more dangerous than the Thunder Prison, so he would use all his means. Bam! 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 White and purple flowers exploded one after another, and more leeches came out. The bodies of the dead leeches began to split. Some split into 2, and some even split into 5 or 7 leeches, which was really creepy. Han Fei couldn't have felt better. Isn't this thing splitting too fast? In a few seconds, 1 leech split. At this speed, wouldn't it be very easy for it to eat up the entire 3rd floor? The 6-fingered coral wouldn't stand a chance. Thinking of this, Han Fei was sure that the division of leeches must be limited, and the enemies of the flower of the sea were definitely not just the 6-fingered coral. However, at this moment, the flower of the sea didn't let him go. On the contrary, the number of leeches was increasing. Not just leeches, but void tentacles began to appear in the void. From the tentacles, a large number of purple, shrimp egg-like things spurted out. Han Fei's face sank. This soul ball wants to parasitize me? Sacrificing punch. Han Fei punched out. He decided to break through. He thought that only the 6-fingered coral had the ability to parasitize, but it turned out that the flower of the sea also had this ability. Han Fei thought for a moment and immediately shouted, "Fusion! Gemini divine technique." After the sacrificing punch bought him time, Han Fei directly performed the Gemini divine technique. And this time he didn't turn into a human at all, but directly in the state of smoke. As soon as the divine technique was used, Han Fei felt that the so-called flower of the sea was just SOSO. Within a radius of 100 meters of the white smoke, the leeches, tentacles, and fish rows that appeared were all frozen. The black smoke easily swept away, and all the ice was crushed into pieces. The flower of the sea was probably stunned at this moment. What the hell? Did he turn into smoke? More importantly, why couldn't the smoke get close? Large tracts of tentacles and leeches were withering. After 100 seconds, Han Fei finally saw a flower of the sea that was more than 300 meters tall and occupied a large area in the distance. Countless tentacles, all sucking leeches, were waving randomly. Seeing that Han Fei was coming, the tree shook as if it was frightened. Han Fei couldn't help but sneer. "You've lived for so long. That's enough. I'll take you in later." Chapter 1282. The special ability of the sea flower lay in the tentacles that stretched out from the void and the leeches that could split. In addition to these, there were also the shrimp eggs that tried to parasitize it. When the Gemini divine technique appeared, these abilities basically couldn't get within 100 meters of Han Fei. In just an instant, they were frozen. As Han Fei's black mist rolled, they were directly shattered into pieces. After all, no matter how strong the sea flower was, it couldn't compare to the power of a natural treasure. The current Whitey was a walking ice machine. Wherever it went, it would freeze if Han Fei weren't its master. He would have been frozen too. However, creatures that had reached the level of the sea flower were already extremely spiritual. A creature that could survive in a place like the demon ceiling tower would have been killed long ago if it didn't have some ability. Then Han Fei saw that the void tentacle that stretched out again had a skeleton hanging on it. It was not a complete skeleton, but the corpse of a half-mermaid. This skeleton, like a marionette, was controlled by the tentacles. The corpse, which was in the state of a marionette, directly spewed out a pillar of fire from its mouth. The pillar of fire was extremely hot, accompanied by dazzling light, like a ray of fire, almost comparable to the impact of the white sun essence fire. This was another major feature of the sea flower. It could inherit the power of other creatures to a certain extent. But now, how could it be inherited? It was clearly fighting with someone else's body. The guy controlled by the sea flower should be extraordinary. Even after its death, the power of flames released was so pure and hot. However, the sea flower didn't know that what Little White swallowed was a natural treasure, which couldn't be compared to ordinary fire elements. Han Fei, who had turned into a white mist, rolled up a cone-shaped tentacle and rushed straight at the fire element. But unexpectedly, the fire element began to collapse halfway. It seemed fierce, but in fact, when it was 10 meters away from Han Fei, it completely disintegrated, not even causing a spark. The flower of the sea froze for a moment and let one of her tentacles be frozen into pieces by Han Fei. In the next moment, hundreds of tentacles reached out from the void. There was a creature hanging on each tentacle, including an octopus, a six-fingered coral, a green toad, as well as colorful sea urchins, lobsters, and conches. Among them, there were 6 half-mermaids, 1 mermaid, and 1 humanoid like Yuandao. That should be an Atlantean. Realizing Han Fei's power, the flower of the sea seemed to have paid a great price. She thought to herself, I have hundreds of creatures and at least 100 techniques here. Can none of them cure you? Han Fei was rather stunned when so many creatures came out. He wondered how many creatures the sea flower had killed in the past. Although surprised, he didn't panic at all. Although it had inherited the power of other living beings, those other living beings had long since perished. The flower of the sea would definitely not be able to unleash its full strength. Based on Han Fei's understanding of power, if the half-mermaid were still alive, it would at least be an advanced, Tao-seeking creature. Puff! Han Fei directly controlled his 2 bodies to fully expand, turning from 2 clouds of smoke into 2 clouds of smoke. Although the black fog spread out, it didn't cover any creatures. Therefore, it didn't suppress the various attacks of these creatures at the first moment. However, the white fog was different. A large expanse of fog drifted out, and most of the attack energy began to weaken within 100 meters of the white fog. Most of the attacks that could break into the white fog were sword lights, blades, and so on. However, even Han Fei didn't expect that there were some special methods in this attack. A spear-like thing pierced through the space and drew a long space crack. But even such a spear was wrapped and swallowed by the black fog. Han Fei was also very surprised. The fused fog seemed to have very good teeth. It seemed to be able to eat anything. However, this devouring power wasn't without its flaws. It seemed to shorten the time of his transformation. In other words, the more attacks he received, the stronger the power, the shorter the time for Han Fei to use the Gemini divine technique. However, Han Fei didn't mind if it was shortened a little. The Gemini divine technique could last for half an hour when fighting with a semi-venerable puppet, let alone a battle of this level. Nearly half of the 100 or so tentacles disintegrated in an instant. Under the baptism of the black and white fog, they were damaged again and again, and in just a moment there were only about 20 tentacles left, which looked very shabby. After all, Han Fei was not familiar with the Gemini divine technique, so he wanted to practice it. The black and white clouds of fog turned into human shapes. The black Han Fei didn't attack directly but tried to approach and kill them. The normal Han Fei raised his hands and summoned a large number of ice spears. The spears shot out with his mind. However, this kind of spear that left his body was purely a summon of power and didn't have particularly strong attack power. At this time, Han Fei also used the invincible fist mark. The art of invincibility actually had a layer of frost effect. The The fierce battle lasted for a long time. The flowers of the sea seemed to realize that neither their own power nor the power they manipulated could shake Han Fei. This made the flowers of the sea panic. Spiritual power vibrated in the water. I'll let you go. Let's stay out of each other's way, okay? Han Fei didn't expect that this thing actually had a consciousness. It could even communicate with him. Humph! Han Fei snorted and ignored it. After all, at this time, the black Han Fei had lurked not far from the side of the giant flower of the sea without attacking. You're already close to it, and you just want to make peace? Isn't it too late? How could Han Fei bear it? The black Han Fei was still approaching. However, all the attention of the flowers of the sea seemed to be focused on the normal Han Fei and didn't notice this black figure. Han Fei was very careful not to cause fluctuations in the airflow. He found that although the flowers of the sea were baring their fangs and brandishing their claws, their torso was so tall and looked like a big tree. In fact, it was just a big flower. Looking from above, there was a fruit hidden in the stamen of the flower in the center. If he wasn't wrong, it should be some kind of void fruit. Seeing this, in order to attract the attention of the flowers of the sea, the white Han Fei immediately shouted, "You want me not to attack? Then you have to give me a reason not to attack. Otherwise die." Han Fei hadn't spoken before. At this moment, the flowers of the sea saw that Han Fei had really stopped attacking and was still talking to her in a negotiating tone. Immediately, she also stopped attacking. To be honest, the flowers of the sea had never been reasonable with anyone in her life, but now she was forced to reason with Han Fei. Han Fei said, "Let me ask you first. How does this place lead to the lower level?" Immediately, the flowers of the sea said excitedly, "From here, it's less than 600 kilometers. Just go through a channel guarded by a half-skeleton. I can help you talk to the half-skeleton and open the channel." Han Fei thought to himself, "This is just the 3rd level. Even if I don't use anything, I can still break through it." Han Fei continued, "Second, tell me, do you know where there are powerful lotus demonic plants?" Huh. The flowers of the sea seemed to have dozens of mouths and were talking at the same time. "No, there are only 2 demonic plants here, me and the 6-fingered coral, and no other demonic plants." Han Fei asked, "You don't know the other levels below, do you?" The flowers of the sea's voice shook. "I've never left this place. I only know that there should be other spaces above and below me. In the past, most of the living beings on this layer of ours went to other places down there through that tunnel." Han Fei didn't expect to get any accurate answers from the flowers of the sea. What level was the water fairy? What level was the flowers of the sea? Han Fei was really not interested in this 3rd level, so he didn't want to continue talking with the flowers of the sea. So he shouted, "Do it!" Sacrificing punch. Draw technique. The white Han Fei punched at the flowers of the sea. The flowers of the sea immediately panicked. "You and I have no grudge against each other. Why do you have to fight me to the death? Why did you sneak attack me?" The flowers of the sea found that in the center of the stamen, a streak of sword chi swept across in an instant. In the next moment, her fruit was gone. It had actually been plucked by something. The flowers of the sea exclaimed, "Is this companion spirit?" Puff, puff, puff. After only 3 seconds, Snowmorn, together with the white Han Fei, chopped the void tentacles of the flowers of the sea into pieces. Han Fei grinned. "You don't know anything. What's the use of you? If you want to prove your usefulness, open your soul and let me have a look at it. Otherwise, you can go to hell." The flowers of the sea had no choice. God knew why Han Fei was so strong. Even with its realm, it couldn't figure it out. For countless years, it had never met an opponent like Han Fei. To be honest, Han Fei didn't seem strong at all. How did he become so powerful the moment he made a move? At this moment, Han Fei asked to see its soul. Although the flowers of the sea were horrified, they still agreed. After all, it was a demonic plant. If it didn't work, it could split its tentacles and escape into the void to be reborn. The flowers of the sea agreed. Okay, Han Fei smiled. Collect the flowers of the sea. As a matter of fact, the flower of the sea was still thinking with a dumbfounded expression. What does accept mean? However, in the next moment, it didn't know anything. Chapter 1283. The function of the demon purification pot seemed to have no limit at all. The number of contractual spiritual beasts it could fuse with seemed to be related to the number of vines in the demon purification pot. This sea flower was indeed very strong. If it weren't for Han Fei's special means, it would have been impossible for him to win so easily. Of course, it was better to keep such a creature. At this moment, Han Fei glanced at the void fruit in his hand. In his eyes, information emerged. Name void fruit introduction, a kind of spatial path-understanding fruit. All the laws of the sea flower's life are gathered in this fruit. Eating it can help you understand the way of space, which is extremely rare. Level, heaven level, quality, high quality, contained spiritual energy greater than 101,000 points. Effect, the understanding of space depends on the devourer's own opportunities. Seeing this fruit had such a magical effect. Han Fei's eyes widened. In this vast sea, there might be a lot of spiritual fruits, but there weren't many with special quality and magical effects. Although most of the anti-poison fruits were precious, they paled in comparison to the so-called space element spiritual fruit. One had to know that this fruit had the potential to create a genius. The behemoth-like sea flower was sucked into the world in the pot by the demon purification pot. Han Fei's vision suddenly widened, and his eyes lit up. The demon purification pot absorbed the sea flower's body, and the countless corpse puppets killed by the sea flower were not sucked into the demon purification pot. So, Han Fei found a big pit under the body of the sea flower. In that big pit, there were more than 200 corpses of various colors. Han Fei's heart was filled with excitement. Then he felt a little regretful. It was a pity that the great puppet technique could only be refined when the body hadn't decayed and the soul hadn't completely dissipated. How long had it been since these living beings had perished? Did he want to refine them into puppets? It would be very difficult. Han Fei couldn't help wondering if there was a way to refine these creatures with the puppet-raising technique. This idea was rejected by Han Fei as soon as it came to his mind. Now was not the right time. He couldn't fully trust the old turtle yet. In the future, when he grew stronger and could easily pinch Gui Sanqing to death, he could deduce and use the puppet-raising spell and the soul-searching spell. However, even though there were many corpses here, there weren't many who could still fight. Although Han Fei couldn't refine them into puppets, he could use the soul-splitting technique. As long as he split a strand of his divine soul, he would be able to control these creatures. However, there wasn't much point in doing so. He could control their broken bodies, but his combat power would not be very high. Han Fei landed and waved his hand, collecting half of the wreckage into Forge the Universe. These living beings were at the Tao-seeking realm, after all. Any one of them would be divine weapon-grade materials in terms of body. The remaining portion was indeed broken and could not be used to refine weapons. Han Fei keenly discovered that there were as many as a dozen flood dragon bones here. Seeing this scene, Han Fei's eyes lit up again. Since there were flood dragon bones, it meant that there should be a lot of flood dragons and pythons here. As for the half-human that the flower of the sea mentioned, when Han Fei first heard of this creature, he thought that it was a human snake or a snake spirit. Its upper body was that of a human, and its lower body was that of a snake. Otherwise, how could it be called a half-human? Seeing that Han Fei was safe, the old turtle said lightly, "It seems that this demon ceiling tower is indeed extraordinary. Enemies in the same realm are extremely difficult to deal with. Do you want to eat this fruit now?" The two Han Feis dissipated at the same time. Han Fei turned back into himself, and Little Black and Little White hovered around him. With a thought, Yu and Dao appeared. Han Fei nodded. Yes, of course. The more special creatures here, the more dangerous it is, and the more opportunities there are. As soon as I came in, I met creatures like the six-fingered coral and the flower of the sea. Since they can live here for so long, eating some of their power may help them adapt to the environment here better. The old turtle pondered. That's good. However, I'm a little uneasy. In this so-called demon ceiling tower, the secrets of heaven are chaotic. I can't divine anything. Reminded by the old turtle, Han Fei couldn't help but calculate. Sure enough, he couldn't sense anything. The old turtle said disdainfully, I don't know how you learned the art of divination at such a young age. But what realm are you in? Even I can't divine anything. How can you do it? Han Fei curled his lips. I hope when I become a king, you can still be as proud as you are now. Asking Yu and Dao to protect him, Han Fei quickly sat cross-legged. Old Yuan, let me see how dangerous this place is and cultivate here. Let's see how many creatures will come here. The old turtle nodded. Okay. He stuffed the void fruit into his mouth, and like sweet water as smooth as honey, it flowed directly into his body. Han Fei felt a shock in his head and felt as if he had entered a dream. It was as if countless mirrors had appeared all around him. Han Fei, who was in a slightly confused state, looked around and found that he was everywhere. Although he was a little confused, Han Fei didn't lose his mind, so he didn't directly drill into the mirrors. Han Fei gently pointed his finger, and a knife light pierced into a mirror. At the moment when the knife light left his body and entered the mirror, Han Fei suddenly had a strange feeling. Han Fei felt that it could go wherever he wanted it to go. Han Fei immediately looked back and thought of something. He saw that the knife light that he had just launched in front of him appeared behind him. Han Fei suddenly had an epiphany. He who had learned the close distance technique might not be called the close distance technique, but distance reduction. The way to shrink the earth into an inch was to find a target point and cause the space there to tremble. As long as the vibration was at the same frequency as himself, he could ignore the space and directly cross it. But at this moment, countless nodes appeared in Han Fei's mind. It seemed that as long as his soul was shrouded, he could go to many places. Han Fei even felt that he could step into the void and directly leave the real world. This was a bit similar to the time travel technique. In the outside world, Han Fei had been sitting cross-legged for an hour. In the beginning, there were no creatures attacking him. However, just after an hour, he saw a yellow light jump over. It was none other than the six-fingered coral. Not only the six-fingered coral, but also dozens of whip shadows swept over. Those whip shadows looked like shadows of light. The moment they appeared, they quickly reached back. When these whip shadows appeared again, they no longer probed, but directly rushed at Han Fei. However, at this moment, Yuan Dao took action. With the strength of a semi-venerable, he smashed the six-fingered coral that came to probe and grabbed a long whip with one hand. As Yuan Dao pulled hard, the long whip was straightened by a terrifying force. A black strange fish was broken through the void and pulled back. The shape of this creature was extremely strange. It had a single nose sticking out of its head. On the nose, there was a long whip countless times longer than its body. At this moment, Han Fei suddenly opened his eyes, only to see that the strange fish was rushing towards him. A giant thorn-horned snakehead? The first thought in Han Fei's mind was that this guy in front of him was very similar to a deep-sea fish named snakehead that he had seen before, and it was an extremely rare thorn-horned snakehead. Swish! Han Fei moved slightly and appeared next to the giant snakehead. Information emerged in his eyes. Name: Dragon Whisker Devourer. Introduction: Dragon Whisker Devourer with a little dragon bloodline. Has the power of charm and illusion. It can make creatures enter its stomach unknowingly and make it difficult for them to get out. Its long whip has a very strong perception ability. It is extremely tough and sharp and can break through the void. Level 77 Quality Legendary Law Enforcement Charm Whip contains spiritual energy 15,026 points. Effect inedible, collectible, charm whisker, absorbable. Remarks: there is another world in the stomach of the dragon whisker devourer, which has a very strong ability to confuse people. When he saw the dragon whisker devourer, Han Fei directly ignored the charm technique. But the dragon bloodline and the long whip were very tough. This sentence deeply attracted Han Fei. His void lines should have been upgraded a long time ago. It wasn't easy for him to get 3 trilite blazing cold lobster veins, but so far he hadn't met a Tao-seeking state demon that could be used to refine the void lines. Unexpectedly, he met one in this demon subduing tower. Even Yu Wendao couldn't break its long whisker. It was obvious how tough it was. Han Fei was excited. This is a treasure land. This is AF * King, peerless treasure land. For ordinary people, the demon subduing tower was a dangerous place. However, for Han Fei, this was a peerless treasure land. As soon as he came in, he swallowed the void fruit, picked up a pile of divine weapon materials, and encountered the dragon whisker devourer. He was going to upgrade himself. The old turtle said, "How is the effect of the fruit?" Han Fei smiled. "Excellent." Chapter 1284. What Han Fei said was really good. If it was said that he had been pretending to use the closed distance technique before, then he had really comprehended it now. The so-called closed distance could be used to shorten the distance or shorten the time. Shortening the time was actually an act of deceiving oneself. In fact, the distance covered didn't change. And shortening the distance was like a teleportation state, just like the infinite flickering ability of the phantom glass wings. That was the power to cross space. At this moment, Han Fei's strength had grown so much, but he was a little restrained in using combat skills. Thanks to this void spirit fruit, Han Fei sensed that there were some space nodes scattered in the surrounding space. If he found the right space node, he could easily achieve the strange powers of flickering, shrinking the distance into an inch, 1,000 kilometers away, and space distortion. This kind of mastery of space power made Han Fei curious about the star teleportation technique. It was because he understood the nodes in space that he knew that the so-called space could actually be sealed. A strong master could forcibly seal a space with great means. In other words, a certain powerful force could imprison some space nodes and make them impossible to break. However, the star teleportation technique was not one of them. The star teleportation technique could even break the space nodes, as if he had opened a space taboo and forcibly destroyed a part of space. Although there had been people who could seal his star teleportation technique. However, that was purely because the other party was much stronger than him. If the two of them were in the same realm, the other party couldn't stop him at all. At this moment, Han Fei saw a light up on the head of the dragon beard devourer. At that moment, he seemed to have fallen into an illusion. In the illusion, there was a huge fish head, opening its big mouth and trying to swallow him. God, stunning spike. As soon as he stabbed the spear, the illusion big fish in front of him shattered like glass, and a big mouth was trying to swallow him. However, at this moment, the dragon beard devourer's eyes were red, as if it had been stabbed by his god, stunning spike. However, the other party's reaction speed was not slow. After all, as an advanced Tao-seeking state creature, it wouldn't be directly killed by Han Fei's god, stunning spike. In that case, the creatures raised by the demon-suppressing tower would be too worthless. Han Fei's fist flashed, and he punched out. However, he only felt his mind tremble slightly. When he came back to his senses, he realized that he had hit the wrong spot. Rip! Only a sawtooth-like noise could be heard. The dragon whisker devourer appeared 100 meters away and tried to pull its long whisker out of Yu Wendao's hand. However, it still underestimated the power of a half-martial highness. Han Fei got the gist of it. Just now, when he punched out the dragon whisker devourer's head, turned red once. It must have confused him at that moment. Han Fei's expression was unfriendly. He roared and stepped on the dragon beard devourer, activating the 100-beast soul suppressing roar. Bang, bang, 2 explosions rang out, and the dragon whisker devourer's eyeballs exploded from the impact. Clanged, Poochie! Han Fei forcibly cut off the long whiskers of the dragon whisker devourer. Immediately afterward, he used the sword-drawing technique to cut off his body. An advanced Dao-seeking state creature was already extremely powerful, but it was still cut off by Han Fei with 2 slashes. The old turtle said leisurely, "Your reaction speed is not slow. However, it's still not enough. At the moment when you were confused, if the other party had chosen to attack instead of fleeing, you would have been hit. If you encountered a supreme master, he would have seized this moment of opportunity. After all, your Taoist heart is not strong enough." Han Fei frowned. "Taoist heart?" The old turtle said, "The Taoist heart may be a bit mysterious. However, if your Taoist heart is strong, your will be strong. Although the power of your soul can resist a lot of confusion and illusions, the soul is not omnipotent. At least, it can't compare to the Taoist heart. When you comprehend your own path in the future, you will know that the Taoist heart is countless times stronger than the soul." Han Fei was puzzled. Taoist heart? Why haven't I heard of it before? The old turtle snorted and said, "Why don't you take a look at how remote this part of the sea you are in? In fact, in my era, even the weak had mostly begun to cultivate the Taoist heart." Han Fei was surprised. "What is the Taoist heart?" The old turtle explained, "The Taoist heart is a cultivator's pursuit of the great Tao in his heart. Or, it's for the supreme heart to become stronger. On the path of cultivation, all living beings wither. It's not easy for you to walk a path alone. Some people give up halfway, and some look around blankly. These are all manifestations of the lack of a Taoist heart. You have conceived the ancient seed. If you stick to that path, your Taoist heart will be stable in the future. Now, your ancient seed has collapsed, and you haven't comprehended your own great Tao, so your Taoist heart is temporarily unstable." Han Fei was stunned. "Why do I have a Taoist heart?" The old turtle said, "Think about it. What kind of environment were you in when you harvested that ancient seed? What were you pursuing?" Han Fei's heart skipped a beat. The seed was born in the abyssal chasm in the level 3 fishery, in the opportunity left to him by Ren Tianfei. As for the environment, Han Fei suddenly perked up. When he was in the level 3 fishery, he didn't have any distracting thoughts. All his purposes were mainly to become stronger for revenge, and simply to find the opportunity left by Ren Tianfei. Therefore, when he was in the level 3 fishery, his most enthusiastic thing was to explore secret realms and do everything possible to become stronger. And at this moment, it seemed that he was trying to save the water fairy. However, when he came to the Shuemu heaven, he didn't know that the water fairy was still alive. Therefore, saving the water fairy was not his Tao, but something that he needed to do in the near future. So, what was the purpose of him coming to the Shuemu heaven to transcend the heavenly tribulation? Han Fei thought it was to become a king. However, after what the old turtle said just now, Han Fei suddenly realized that it didn't seem to be like that. It was for the war 3 years later. That war put too much pressure on him. The Immortal Palace put too much pressure on him. The road to becoming a king also put too much pressure on him. Everyone's expectations put too much pressure on him. At this moment, Han Fei's body stiffened and his expression became solemn. Yes, in fact, when he competed for the sea quelling painting, learned about the 36 immortal palaces, and learned some secrets about this world, he had already felt pressure. It was different from Shimin Linglan in the Age of Doom. Shimin Linglan was born in a big clan in that era. After being expelled from the big clan, revenge was the Tao. However, the Tao of revenge was too narrow. In the end, Shimin Linglan embarked on the road of great love, and he, Was his Tao to become a king? Was it for the battle 3 years later? The answer was obviously not. However, if he really went this way, his future would only be limited. At this moment, Han Fei really wanted to thank the old turtle. In the past, he felt that the saying, "Listening to a wise man is better than studying for 10 years," was too exaggerated. However, it wasn't until just now that Han Fei came back to his senses in surprise. Damn it, listening to a wise man is better than studying for 10 years. It's better than cultivating for 10 years. Didn't the water fairy need to recultivate because she had taken the wrong Tao? Wow. Han Fei took a breath. He had to correct his mistakes. At this moment, Han Fei deeply realized that he was wrong in his thinking. What exactly had he been doing these years? Transcending the heavenly tribulation, pretending to be the fish dragon king, looking for the water fairy. These were just the process. And the state of mind was his biggest problem. The spiritual energy around Han Fei suddenly gathered, and the power from all directions converged. The old turtle took a look. F***CK, did this Brett have an epiphany? Why did he have an epiphany at this time? The old turtle was speechless. If you want an epiphany, go into your gourd world. Why did he suddenly have an epiphany? However, Han Fei had already entered the state of epiphany, and spiritual energy was gathering crazily. Only Yu Wendao, Little Black, and Little White, two creatures who had just entered the sea spirit state, were not enough. The old turtle couldn't help but curse. Why did I have to suffer so much? It wasn't easy for him to save up a little bit of life force. But why did he have to encounter this fool? Epiphany doesn't matter where it is. At this moment, Han Fei was in a complicated mood and didn't realize that he was in an epiphany. In Forge the Universe, the spiritual energy and energy of the sea spirit burst out, which stunned the fish dragon king. What is Han Fei doing now? At this moment, Han Fei was very upset. What is my path? At first, it was for treasure hunting. Later, in order to protect himself, he needed to keep becoming stronger. After that, he was a little immersed in the thrill of treasure hunting and becoming stronger, chasing after Rin Tianfei's treasure, wanting to see the world and yearning for the infinite ocean. In Luo Xiaobai's words, he simply wanted to become stronger. Now, Han Fei found that whether it was the war 3 years later, or King Cheng, or the Yinyang Palace, or the story of old Han and his mother, they were actually not his pursuits. He had always been in the game. No matter how smooth things were or how many hardships he had experienced, he couldn't surpass them, because he was following their plan, and even he instinctively thought that it was right to follow their plan. No, my goal is the infinite ocean, the vast and boundless sea. Xia Shaochan is waiting for me. The heavenly desolate city is waiting for me. The gods have fallen. The beast kings have gone east, and history has become a mystery. My path is to keep walking forward. Chapter 1285. Kacha! Han Fei stood proudly in the air and unknowingly made a breakthrough. His strength directly crossed the level of a junior explorer and reached the level of an intermediate explorer. The old turtle was dumbfounded. What kind of speed is this? How long has it been since he passed the tribulation? He actually broke through to the level of an intermediate explorer after an epiphany? Not only that, the spiritual energy in Forge the Universe was still being consumed crazily. Thousands of spiritual fruits exploded and various kinds of power poured in. But Han Fei's breakthrough didn't stop. However, the outside world had become a sea of blood and corpses. Yu Wendao was on a killing spree. His palms swept across the sea. Poisons escaped from his body. Dazzling golden light, gravity suppression, and awe-inspiring knife light. The main reason was that Yu Wendao had mastered too many Daos. In the eyes of the old turtle, he was just a weakling. However, in the eyes of these Dao-seeking state monsters, Yu Wendao was simply a freak. What Han Fei didn't know was that the reason why Yu Wendao wanted to come to the royal city was actually for the royal city's forbidden area. He was confident that he had many means and was very strong. Maybe he could encounter an opportunity in the royal city. However, Yuan Dao never expected that he would enter the royal city's forbidden area as a puppet. Yuan Dao was on a killing spree, and so was the old turtle. At this moment, black fog filled the air, and many strange creatures rushed into the black fog and never came out again. In this black fog, Little White was forcibly suppressed by the old turtle. The main reason was that Little Black and Little White's realms were too low, even if they had connate Taoist aptitudes. So what? Even connate Taoist aptitudes couldn't fight the enemy across a major realm or multiple minor realms. If Han Fei woke up and saw that his precious spiritual beasts were beaten to death, he would definitely blame himself. This kid would definitely fight him to the death for these two fishes. Little White was captured and Little Black was attacking. How could he allow a creature to devour Han Fei? Little Black's big mouth, whether he could bite Han Fei or not, he would bite him first. Within a kilometer around Han Fei, there was a lot of cracking sounds. Sparks flew everywhere, which were basically caused by Little Black's bite. The attacks mainly came from two sides. On one side were the six-fingered corals. They seemed to have discovered that the flower of the sea had fallen and were charging over without any fear. A group of corals could actually leave the place where they grew and drift in the water. Who would believe that? However, the six-fingered coral was stopped by the old tortoise alone. All the yellow light shot into the black mist, but it didn't even cause a splash. The insect fluid that could corrode one's life force and divine soul was directly devoured by the black mist, causing it to wither instantly. On the other side, dozens of dragon beard devourers attacked. Just now, one of their companions had perished, so they were somewhat uncertain and didn't dare to act rashly. But at this moment, Han Fei was making a breakthrough. The spiritual essence and energy gathered here, and large amounts of creatures were surging over. It could be said that a storm was brewing, so how could they fall behind? Apart from the dragon whisker devourers, there was also a large shell covered in anemone-like tentacles pushing the water over. The soul of the jellyfish flashed with electric arcs, and a huge flower was burning with flames. Hundreds of living beings were gathering, and on Han Fei's side, there were actually only two combatants. If one had to describe them, Yuan Dao was at most at the peak of Dao-seeking, while the old tortoise was half a venerable. Therefore, the old tortoise wrapped Han Fei in the black mist. Even so, the old tortoise could only devour the vitality of these creatures at most. However, if some creatures entered the black mist and directly attacked Han Fei, the old tortoise couldn't directly stop them. He could only control that area and make the absorption of vitality even more crazy. And the black mist in the final analysis was also a kind of energy. When the old tortoise defeated the opponent, it actually consumed a lot of energy. Besides, as a divine soul, he swallowed vitality only to prolong his life. The divine soul was the key to the old tortoise's survival, and now the battle was all about the divine soul. Therefore, although it seemed that the old tortoise was almost invincible, shrouded in the black mist, the vitality of all living beings was being devoured. However, only the old tortoise knew that he didn't make any gains. He did gain some vitality, but a lot of divine soul power was used up. Therefore, after the old tortoise saw that Han Fei had become an intermediate explorer, he directly began to call for help. He felt that it was not good to make too many breakthroughs at once. The more talented Han Fei was, the more accumulation and strength he needed. Therefore, the old tortoise growled, "Han Fei, boy, wake up, wake up, wake up!" And at this moment, Han Fei was immersed in his beautiful vision. He was very excited. At this moment, he vaguely discovered his own path. It was a kind of exploration, a kind of seeking knowledge, a kind of road that he came here to seek happiness and freedom. To become stronger was to see the world. To cultivate was to see the world. Even though he was already very strong, when he looked at this world, he still felt like a passerby. That kind of feeling was like the arrogance of one's heart that was unyielding even though the heavens and earth were shaking. This kind of mood made Han Fei metamorphose. His meridians were emitting a strange light, and his blood was boiling. In Han Fei's dantian, a sesame-sized seed was born. When this seed was born, the old tortoise was dumbfounded. Wow, another kind? It's a little small, but this kid actually gave birth to another kind? Isn't such natural talent a little too terrifying? At the moment when Han Fei was having an epiphany, far away in the Yin-Yang heaven, in a secret realm, Han Guangqiu suddenly opened his eyes, pinched his fingers, and his face became solemn. Why did this brat jump out of the chess game now? Han Guangqiu quickly pinched his fingers again, and the sky and earth changed colors. After a full 15 minutes, he slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Phew! Fortunately, he hasn't completely jumped out. Fortunately. Han Guangqiu couldn't help but be a little curious. Isn't it just asking Han Fei to go to the waterwood heaven for a tribulation? What's going on? Are you going to break my chessboard? Apart from Han Guangqiu's side, in a distant, unknown place, a woman was standing on a cliff. Under her feet was the bright moon, as if she were standing on the stars. The woman raised her head, looked at the stars in the sky, and her eyes flickered slightly. My son has entered the Tao, but why have I never seen this Tao before? Han Fei didn't know how his epiphany would affect him this time. All in all, he felt that his condition was incomparably good. Of course, except for the noisy shouts in his ears. Wake up! Wake up! Wake up! Han Fei was very disdainful at first, but the next moment he suddenly woke up. Damn it, wasn't I fighting in the demon-suppressing tower? Why did I suddenly feel emotional about my life? Suddenly, Han Fei's consciousness returned to reality. When he opened his eyes and took a closer look, there was already a battle in front of him. Black fog swept across, and many creatures were forcibly held by the old turtle, their vitality fading away. The old turtle roared, "You brat, you still know how to wake up? It's all up to you. In this battle, my soul power has been damaged again, and I can no longer fight." Originally, Han Fei wanted to thank the old turtle, thinking, if it weren't for this old guy's words, I wouldn't have been able to determine my own path until now. As for what the old turtle said about his soul being damaged, Han Fei didn't believe it at all. The reason why he didn't believe it was that the old turtle, as a dignified emperor, wouldn't hurt himself because of this trivial battle. What was an emperor like? He didn't know yet. However, Han Fei knew very well what a half-king level expert looked like. They were simply inhuman. The sky dissecting finger was terrifying enough, wasn't it? He felt that that finger could pierce through the sky. However, a half-king level expert could resist it. He had asked before, how many peak-level venerables or half-king level experts could a king-level expert defeat? The old turtle said 12 easy. It could be seen that a king-level expert should be able to easily destroy 1,000 Star City. Even a king-level expert could do this. What about an emperor? Therefore, Han Fei wouldn't believe that the old turtle was pretending to be weak. However, he was indeed absent-minded just now. Since there was a creature here, let's fight. After getting rid of some of the restrictions, Han Fei found that he was still most passionate about exploration, treasure hunting, becoming stronger, and seeking knowledge. At this moment, he saw the big mussel open its shell, and a large number of tentacles stretched out of its shell, trying to buckle him. Humph! Now, even a seashell dares to make a move against me? Do you think you can do whatever you want now that my garlic sauce is gone? Han Fei stepped into the air, and his figure flickered in the air, appearing directly next to the big mussel. The invincible fist mark bombarded, and with a boom, the big mussel was sent flying. Thud! Kacha! When Han Fei heard the thunderous bombardment, he felt that his strength was a bit wrong. Han Fei immediately looked at his information. In the next moment, Han Fei gasped. What the hell did I do? When did I become an intermediate explorer? In his eyes, information popped up. Owner, Han Fei, level greater than 74. Intermediate explorer. Spiritual energy 180, 000/180. 000 spiritual power 24666/24666, perception range greater than 2,160 kilometers, law enforcer, invincible, power greater than 348 waves, first spiritual heritage, unknown. Second spiritual heritage, unawakened. First spiritual beast, twin yin-yang spirit, swallowing fish level, 61. Second spiritual beast, unawakened. Main art, sky stealing technique. Level 6 avoid fishing, venerable level, divine quality. Chapter 1286. When he saw this information, Han Fei was stunned. When the hell did I become an intermediate explorer? His upper limit of spiritual energy suddenly soared to 180,000. His spiritual power had also increased a lot, and his perception range had increased by more than 200 kilometers. And this was when he hadn't cultivated the God-scaring painting. Otherwise, as time went by, it would only get higher. However, he didn't have to ask the old turtle this time. Han Fei soon found that his state was not right. He seemed to be much more relaxed, both physically and mentally. Looking at his dantian, there was a sesame-sized seed that had just been born. Han Fei was a little surprised. I just perceived it for a while. Why do I benefit so much? Is this a Tao seed? At this time, the old turtle thought to himself, "What are you still wondering about? I'm the one who's depressed." The old turtle said, "Physical body, realm, spiritual perception. These are extremely important in cultivation, especially perception. It determines the height of your spiritual realm and the height of your soul." Han Fei looked at his spiritual power, which didn't seem to have increased a lot, but in fact, it had increased by nearly 10%. After reaching the explorer realm, it was already extremely terrifying to be able to increase his strength by 10%. Of course, this was definitely not the limit. Han Fei could clearly sense that as long as he had enough time to cultivate, it shouldn't be a problem for his spiritual power to increase by 20% or even 30%. Unfortunately, what he lacked now was time. Looking at the clamshell that was almost torn apart by his punch, Han Fei grinned, stepped on the ground, and his figure had already appeared a kilometer away. The long beard of a dragon beard devourer, which didn't escape in time, was caught by Han Fei. Chilla! The sword-drawing technique reflected dazzling brilliance on the bottom of the sea. A long whisker was cut off by Han Fei. In addition to those normal creatures, a large number of six-fingered corals were emitting grayish-yellow light. This group of living corals seemed to be fearless of death and wanted to seize territory. However, as soon as the sea flower died, Han Fei's strength was greatly improved, and the six-fingered corals couldn't use their parasitic means at all. In this way, they were directly sucked dry by Han Fei. Yes, sucked dry, sucked out spiritual energy and cut off vitality. However, there were still many creatures here, and they were basically all advanced, Tao-seeking state monsters. Therefore, even if Han Fei went all out, he couldn't kill anyone in an instant. That was not to the extent of it. He saw a one-horned flood dragon with lightning flashing on its horn. Within a radius of several thousand meters, electric currents surged, directly electrocuting a large black fish and causing it to fall to the bottom of the sea. A blue lobster attacked with its pincers, cutting off the flow of the sea. A crack appeared in the space. It seemed to want to kill Han Fei without any hesitation. Roar! All of you scram! Han Fei's body suddenly expanded. The Beast King art was activated, and the great ape body held the embroidery needle in its hand. Bang, bang, bang! He allowed the electric sparks to fall on his body. The surface of Han Fei's body and the water around him were exploding. However, Han Fei didn't slow down at all. The 3,000 strikes of the ape and monkey rained down and smashed the giant pincer. Then, Han Fei stepped out and used distance reduction. Xiao Hua aimed at the flood dragon's head and smashed it crazily until the flood dragon's head was forcibly smashed off. Staring at the giant pincer, Han Fei punched again. Under the sacrificing punch, the giant pincer was crushed all the way to the ground. Han Fei's powerful attack killed one and seriously injured the other. Many creatures were surprised to see this. More importantly, the six-fingered coral didn't gain any advantage from Han Fei. It was also because of this blow that the creatures on the third floor of the demon-suppressing tower recognized Han Fei's strength. Therefore, a large number of creatures began to retreat. But Han Fei didn't want to give in. He shouted, "Other creatures can go, but leave the dragon whiskered fish to me." Like a giant, Han Fei continuously used distance reduction on the bottom of the sea and chased after them frantically. A dragon whiskered devourer said to him via voice transmission, "We recognize your strength. Why do you keep chasing us?" Han Fei was slightly surprised. "You can talk. Why didn't you say so earlier? In short, I want your long whiskers. Do you want to give them to me, or do you want me to pull them out myself?" Roar. "How dare you talk nonsense when you're new here?" Seeing that Yu and Dao didn't chase them in time, 3 dragon whiskered devourers turned around quickly. Their long whiskers formed a net, intertwined, and covered Han Fei. However, Han Fei didn't want to fight a protracted battle with them. So, he suddenly appeared next to a dragon whisker devourer with star transposition. He used the sword drawing technique, and infinity water turned into a knife. How could an ordinary Tao-seeking state demon resist the 2 fierce strikes and the sea-quelling bizarre treasures? Swish, on the scales of the dragon whisker devourers, flames were leaping. Han Fei could even feel the squirming of their body muscles. However, even so, these dragon-whiskered fish failed to resist the attack of the sea-quelling bizarre treasures. In just an instant, the 2 advanced Tao-seeking state demons were almost forcibly chopped in half. They didn't die in one blow because they had stayed in the advanced Tao-seeking state for too long, so their bodies were already very strong. Therefore, they were saved from being cut by Han Fei's sword and knife. However, just when the 2 dragon whiskered devourers were terrified and were about to burn their blood to escape, they suddenly found that their souls seemed to be entangled. In fact, the cultivation time of these dragon-whiskered fish was much longer than Han Fei. Although Han Fei's soul power was very strong, it wasn't much stronger than these advanced Tao-seeking state demons. Therefore, it was very difficult to control them directly. However, what Han Fei wanted to do was to delay them a little. As for the rest, he would think about it later. The infinity water turned into thousands of knife streams, entangling the 2 dragon whiskered devourers in it. In an instant, thousands of wounds were cut. In an instant, these 2 advanced Tao-seeking state demons, who should have been extremely powerful, were killed. Seeing Han Fei's ferocity, the other creatures didn't dare to fight anymore. A fish Tao-seeking was obviously stronger than the power on the 3rd floor of the demon-subduing tower. However, because it was a puppet, the demon-subduing tower had no restrictions on it. The creatures who could survive to the present in the demon-subduing tower were not fools. How could a person who could kill the flower of the sea be weak? Even if they attacked him together, they couldn't shake him. Why didn't he run? Right at this moment, a strange perception casually swept past. Han Fei suddenly became alert. Han Fei could clearly know that on the 3rd floor of the demon-subduing tower, the strongest creatures should be advanced Tao-seeking state demons. Because of their different characteristics, those who could survive might have certain abilities. However, they certainly wouldn't be so strong that he couldn't deal with them. However, this perception made Han Fei's heart palpitate. Could it be a giant beast that could compete with him as an advanced Tao-seeking state demon? Then, Han Fei smiled casually. He almost forgot that he was only an intermediate Tao-seeking state demon. Before, he was only an elementary Tao-seeking state demon. Since when did he not take advanced Tao-seeking state creatures seriously? Could it be a legendary creature? Only legendary creatures could give him a sense of danger in this realm. If it was a creature of other levels, unless it reached the semi-venerable level, it wouldn't make him palpitate. Han Fei didn't directly perceive with his soul. At this level, he found that there were too many creatures that could attack the divine soul. He didn't perceive with his soul, but Han Fei snorted and collected dozens of broken bodies. Then he strode and swam in the direction of the danger. Huh, the old turtle exclaimed. It's this kind of creature. Han Fei was puzzled. What? The old turtle said, Go and see for yourself. That guy is waiting for you. Han Fei was even more puzzled. Waiting for me? Does it think it can defeat me? Han Fei didn't believe it. In the words of the old turtle, the yin-yang heavens and the waterwood heavens were just barren lands. And he had just had an epiphany. The key to his path was not the path itself, but the way he walked. If he couldn't even walk through this barren land and defeat the creatures here, how could he cross the infinite ocean? Find the mermaids? Rebuild the heavenly desolation city? More than 1,000 kilometers were covered in a flash. Some creatures encountered Han Fei, but they quickly fled and didn't fight him. Han Fei actually didn't lack these materials from these creatures. Now, things like spiritual spring and spiritual fruits were almost at Han Fei's fingertips. If it was convenient, he could rob them, but he wouldn't try so hard to get them. Han Fei felt that he was more like a kind of exploration now. The exploration of the unknown, the exploration of history, and the exploration of where the water fairy's body was at this time. Han Fei realized that the reason why explorers were called explorers was more of a kind of pursuit of the unknown. He had learned a lot of secrets and had a general direction in his heart. But what about the others? They couldn't even touch the door. Clatter, the undersea, forest-like landscape disappeared. Those hidden creatures no longer touched this water area. Instead, there was a piece of yellow sand. However, what made Han Fei vigilant was that under the yellow sand, there were a lot of dry bones, but not a single living creature. Until Han Fei saw a human woman in the center of this yellow sand. Han Fei had always thought that the half-snake must be a big demon that was half human and half snake. However, it turned out to be a woman with a slightly larger skeleton and an extremely beautiful face. And this woman's clothes were quite exquisite. She was dressed in the skin of a sea demon and decorated with bone products. From her left wrist to her neck and to her right elbow, there was a white python wrapped around her. At this moment, both of them were looking at Han Fei. Han Fei saw that this person was looking in his direction with a cold look, just like the snake head on her elbow, giving off a very strange feeling. Han Fei was stunned for a while, then gently waved his hand and said, Hi. Chapter 1287. Han Fei said with a smile, but in his heart he was very surprised. The feeling this woman gave him was extremely extraordinary. She didn't have a snake body. Although her skeleton looked larger than his, her face was cold and holy. In particular, the white snake wrapped around her body made her look even more inhuman. If he had to describe her with a feeling, Han Fei felt that she was the symbol of AF * King Goddess. Her feet touched the ground calmly, accompanied by strange beasts, and her face looked like a goddess. To Han Fei's surprise, the demon purification pot didn't see any information from this person. He didn't even see any information about the white snake. Han Fei couldn't help but ask in his heart, Old Yuan, is she a human or a demon? The old turtle said, to be precise, she is neither a human nor a demon, but a mutant born of a human and a sea demon. If it were an ordinary mutant, it wouldn't be a big deal, but this one was born with great luck. As a result, she almost became a son of God. Wow, Han Fei was stunned. Are you F * King kidding me? Son of God? Han Fei said in shock. Are you saying that she is a descendant of a god? Didn't you say that the gods have already fallen? Has this woman lived here for more than 100,000 years? The old turtle said angrily, What I mean is that she almost became a son of God, but she failed, didn't she? Now, I can only say that her bloodline is a bit different. She may have awakened some bloodline from ancient times. What exactly is it? How do I know? At this moment, the woman gently raised her right hand, and the white snake on her elbow propped herself up. She spat out her tongue and looked at Han Fei curiously. The woman said, "You are a powerful sea demon." Han Fei was puzzled. "Do I need you to tell me whether I am powerful or not?" Han Fei asked, "Who are you?" The woman raised her head slightly. "My surname is Bai." "Pooh." Han Fei was speechless. Who the F*** CK asked what her surname was. He couldn't help but ask then, "What's your name?" The woman glanced back. "No one can help me. I only know that my surname is Bai." Han Fei didn't feel that this woman wanted to kill him. However, the other party was indeed on guard. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "Then, Miss Bai, were you waiting for me?" The woman nodded slightly. "You killed the sea flower. Aside from me, there shouldn't be any living being on this level that's your match. Do you know there's another floor?" The woman's expression was calm. "I know. I came down one floor at a time. In 3 years at most, I will be able to enter the next level." Han Fei asked in surprise, "You walk down floor by floor?" The old turtle said in his heart, of course. She had been in the demon-subduing tower since she was born. Naturally, he had to start from the first floor. It's just that she lacked experience in the pagoda, causing her foundation to be imperfect. There's so many powerful creatures here. Isn't it enough for her? The old tortoise sneered. "How long have you been here? You're already invincible on this floor, let alone her. All the living beings here were afraid of her, so who would dare to fight her? They're all on guard against her." Han Fei thought to himself, "She can take the initiative to find other creatures to fight. However, this woman seems to be quite innocent. I wonder if she is willing to kill those creatures?" Han Fei couldn't help but look at the woman. "Then, do you know the way to the next floor?" The woman nodded. "I do, but there are restrictions to go to the next floor. Can you do me a favor?" Han Fei nodded. He was the kind of person who spoke politely the moment he came up. He wasn't a killer, so he wouldn't rush up and yell at her. So Han Fei said with a smile, "Tell me. I'll help you if I can." The woman's frown suddenly eased a lot. Han Fei could tell from her small movement that this woman seemed to have let out a long sigh of relief and put down a stone in her heart. Han Fei thought to himself, "Is she afraid that I won't help her?" The woman said, "Come and hit me." "Huh." Han Fei was stunned. "No, Miss Bai, wait a minute. Hit you?" The woman nodded. "Because it's hard for me to find an opponent. Most of the outsiders will die before they can even reach my place. You're already the strongest outsider I've ever seen." Han Fei couldn't help but roll his eyes. "Isn't that nonsense? Those who are stronger than me basically appear on the 4th floor. They won't appear on the 3rd floor at all. It's impossible for you to find someone stronger than me." Han Fei couldn't help but say, "So, you want me to fight with you and help you polish your foundation, right?" The woman nodded. The white snake on her elbow also nodded at the same time. The two seemed to have a tacit understanding. Han Fei thought to himself, "I really haven't fought with such a strange person yet. The other party shouldn't be very weak." Han Fei smiled and said, "Okay, let's fight first, and let me feel it." Although he knew that this woman should be very strong, and the old turtle even said that the other party almost became a divine prince. But Han Fei didn't think he was weak, even if the other party was a real divine prince. So what? In Han Fei's blind confidence, he suddenly took action. He activated the Heavenly Void Divine walking technique, and his speed was extremely fast. In an instant, he appeared in front of the woman. The invincible fist mark bombarded. Just when Han Fei was considering whether or not he should hold back, he saw a piece of white gauze blocking his fist. Bam! The terrifying ripples spread out for dozens of kilometers. It could be seen how powerful Han Fei's punch was. And to Han Fei's slight horror, the woman brushed past him. One of his hands patted his shoulder lightly. In close combat, Han Fei had never been afraid of anyone so far. Since being trained by Ren Tianfei in the level 3 fishery, Han Fei felt that every bone and every muscle in his body seemed to be able to fight. Knowing that the other party was about to slap him, Han Fei moved his feet, exerted strength from his waist, and took the initiative to hit the slap with his shoulder. Rumble! At that moment, sand flew all over the sky, and the sea exploded, roaring incessantly. Han Fei felt that his bones were about to break. He was horrified. What kind of godlike power is this? At the moment when the two sides collided, Han Fei had already realized that something was wrong. The other party was too strong, so he didn't hold back at that moment and poured out all his strength, but he was still slapped away and rolled dozens of times on the bottom of the sea. He felt that half of his body had been slapped numb. Cough! Han Fei grunted and found that he had suffered some internal injuries, and blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth. The old turtle said, "Boy, do you really think you are invincible? The other party is half a step into the peak level, 2 realms higher than you. You didn't even use a secret method and you want to win? Let me tell you, she hasn't even used 50% of her strength." Han Fei was also depressed. This time he was really careless. Yes, if it were an ordinary high-level, Tao-seeking state powerhouse, no matter how strong his strength was, he would only have 500 waves of strength at most. However, the woman in front of him was obviously not an ordinary person. The woman said, "You can exert all your strength. The power you use now is too weak." When had Han Fei ever been evaluated like this by a woman? At that time, he was a little embarrassed. He stomped on the ground and activated devil transformation. Now, the old tortoise was in his body. At that time, he could still use the devil transformation technique. In the past, it had been discussed that the old tortoise's main body was still being suppressed somewhere. Since his main body was not destroyed, he could naturally use the devil transformation. Of course, after reaching the intermediate explorer level, the effect would be extremely low. The strength of devil transformation was only left with 2 times the normal strength. Compared to the Beast King art, it was still much weaker. However, double the strength was already quite a lot. Now that he had doubled his strength, he had a force of 700 waves, which had already surpassed the strength of an ordinary peak Tao-seeking cultivator. Han Fei stepped out again and appeared in front of the woman. This time, the invincible fist seal's aura was even stronger. It was dazzling and its speed was shocking. Since this woman's cultivation level was higher than his, it was impossible for him to defeat her. Han Fei didn't hold back anymore. His next move was completely different from before. The woman's eyes were filled with splendor. To Han Fei's full-strength punch, he stretched out a palm. Rumble! This time the undersea vortex completely erupted. The vibrating ripples spread out for hundreds of kilometers in the blink of an eye. The perception of other creatures was released, but after seeing the power of this blow, they immediately fled away. This was 2F** King terrifying. The power of his ultimate blow might not even be so strong, but these 2 people easily hit it? Cough, cough! The woman didn't move at all, but Han Fei took 7 or 8 steps back before he suddenly raised his head. The opponent's physical strength exceeds 700 waves. If I'm not mistaken, it may even reach 1,000 waves. And in this blow, just now, the opponent still didn't use her full strength. The woman was a little puzzled. "You are very strong, but why do you fight with all your strength?" Han Fei smiled lightly. "I just want to see how strong you are. Okay, now I'm going to fight hard." Chapter 1288. Wasn't this battle also a trial for Han Fei? It had only been half a year since he went through the tribulation, and he had already become an intermediate explorer. The increase in his strength was too great. Han Fei was eager to sharpen himself so that he could fully adapt to this power. In a challenge, there was no such thing as pure strength. Battles were not decided by strength alone. If he didn't use the Beast King technique, he would definitely lose if he just competed in strength. At this moment, Han Fei flashed in the air with the closed distance technique, and the invincible fist marks swept in all directions. At this time, the white snake that Han Fei had always thought might be a spiritual beast raised half of its body. The moment Han Fei appeared in the air, the white snake had already determined his location. The woman stood on the spot without moving, giving Han Fei a real taste of the thousand-hand guanyin. After discovering that the closed distance technique didn't work, Han Fei even summoned the phantom glass wings and began to flash infinitely. But even in this state, the woman could still keep up with the speed of his punches. The battle had only lasted for 5 minutes, and the surrounding energy was almost swallowed up by the two of them. The sand had already become a big pit. Agility of wind. Under the double acceleration of the heavenly void divine walking technique and the agility of wind, the woman finally changed her expression. She didn't expect that Han Fei's speed could be even faster. Suddenly, the so-called thousand-armed guanyin disappeared. Instead, there were 3 oval-shaped void shields. It was as if 3 small portals had been blocked in front of her. Han Fei's invincible fist marks went in through the void gates and then bombarded her from all directions. Han Fei was surprised. A kind of spatial transfer technique similar to the shifting stars? It was also like the reverse space technique that the ghost ship encountered in the abyssal chasm. Seeing this scene, Han Fei withdrew his fist, and the infinity water turned into a knife. As for himself, he used the stellar transposition technique to directly appear within the void shields. Seeing that Han Fei had so many means, the woman's pupils turned white, and she launched a power similar to soul explosion, trying to drive Han Fei away. The 100-beast soul-suppressing roar was activated. The woman's body trembled, and blood flowed out of her ears. Han Fei took the opportunity to launch the million-knife art. But to Han Fei's surprise, the woman's physique was also strong. With a sweep of the million-knife art, a clanging sound could be heard. However, Han Fei soon discovered a problem. It was not that the woman's physique was tough, but that her body was covered by a layer of white scales. However, although it was covered with white scales, it was still somewhat difficult to resist the invasion of the million-knife art. The woman and the white snake were injured once again as their scales were shattered. As if feeling the horror of the infinity water in addition to the scales, a layer of fine sand was attached to the woman's body, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a sand battle suit. However, a round of infinity water also destroyed most of the battle suit. For this woman, this little bit of time seemed to be enough. Hundreds of sand tentacles extended from the bottom of the sea, trying to roll at Han Fei. Han Fei grabbed with one hand and crushed a tentacle. However, that tentacle didn't fall. It gathered again and began to recover. Seeing this scene, Han Fei knew very well that this was the woman controlling these sand with her soul power. It seemed that his 100-beast soul-suppressing roar just now didn't have much effect on her. The corners of Han Fei's mouth curled up slightly, and he launched a god-stunning stab with the spear in his hand. He immediately launched a sacrificing punch with the revolving star passage technique. Clang, clang, clang. Boom, boom. The battle lasted for more than 10 minutes. It was a fierce battle of 300 rounds. After using the devil change technique and all his skills, he finally won by a fluke. At this time, the woman was smashed into the sand and had come to her senses. Seeing that Han Fei didn't chase after her, she sensed the surrounding energy slightly and knew that if she wanted to attack again, she would have to rest for at least a few hours. After a fierce battle, Han Fei used various means at the same time, but he barely won. But this was not a life-and-death battle. Although he had trump cards, this woman definitely had the same. If it was really a life-and-death battle, although Han Fei was confident that he wouldn't die, he would probably lose a layer of skin. The woman was blown dozens of kilometers away by Han Fei's punch. When she came back, the white snake was lying on her arm feebly, and the woman seemed to have only suffered minor injuries. The woman looked at Han Fei rather curiously. You are the first creature that can defeat me as an intermediate Tao-seeking state creature. You are much stronger than the sea demons that have appeared before. Han Fei thought to himself. Fortunately, you didn't leave the demon sealing tower and weren't discovered by the people of the White Shell Kingdom. Otherwise, you would have either surrendered or died. Han Fei shrugged. You are already very strong. Among the people I know, there are less than 5 who are stronger than you in the same realm as you. Han Fei actually wanted to say that no one in the same realm as this woman could be stronger than him. But thinking that old Han and the others used to be heavenly talents, he decided to count them all in case this woman became arrogant. Han Fei thought for a moment, stretched out his hand, and a holy light technique descended, startling the white snake. However, when the white light descended, the white snake seemed to have stretched its back, and it immediately became more energetic. The woman glanced at Han Fei curiously, but she didn't ask further. She just nodded slightly. After a long time, she said, "Will you always stay here in the future? It seems that your realm is not enough for you to go to the next floor." Han Fei raised his eyebrows. "How strong do I need to be to go to the next floor?" The woman said, "When you reach the peak of the advanced Tao-seeking state, you can go to the next floor." Han Fei immediately frowned. By the time he reached the peak of the Tao-seeking state, it would be too late. How could it be so easy to reach the peak of the Tao-seeking state? Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "Miss Bai, let me ask you, do you know of a lotus here?" The woman was confused. "What is a lotus?" Han Fei was exhausted. Yes, this woman had never left the demon sealing tower. She was a stranger to this whole world, so she naturally didn't know about lotuses. But the girl suddenly said, "Maybe when you reach the next floor, maybe I can help you answer this question. If you are willing to come with me, I can wait for you to improve your realm." Han Fei saw the girl's frown again, but this time Han Fei's heart sank. "Who wants you to wait? And how many years have you been trapped here? Even if you reach the next floor, what can you do to help me?" Although he also needed to consolidate his strength, he knew that time was running out. But other people were different. For the old turtle, 1,000 years was not a long time. It might pass in a nap. For a normal, Tao-seeking state big demon, 8 to 10 years was definitely not a long time. But for Han Fei, even 1 month was very important. He still didn't know how to get out. If he couldn't get out after a month, would Yu Qianxin and Chang Shui-Qin think he had died? If the forbidden area was closed, wouldn't he have to find another way to leave the demon sealing tower? Seeing that the woman should be simple, Han Fei asked directly, "Miss Bai, do you know how to leave the demon sealing tower?" The girl was stunned for a moment, then shook her head slightly. "I have searched every floor, but there is no way to leave. I don't want to leave now." Han Fei's heart sank. This time he was screwed. Other people couldn't find a way to leave for their whole lives. The old turtle also said that he didn't come in through an array, but through the void. This also meant that unless he found the weak point of the void, it was almost impossible to go back the way he came. Han Fei's heart skipped a beat. He was afraid that to enter the demon sealing tower, he had to bring some kind of token, through which he could find the weak point of the space. However, he didn't bring anything and came in quietly. He thought that Yu Tianxin and the others were unprepared. They probably didn't expect that he would run into the demon sealing tower, which was the most forbidden place to enter. Han Fei said with a sullen face, "Miss Bai, is there no other way to go to the next floor? Is there an array between the upper and lower floors? If there is an array, I know a thing or two. You can have a look." The white snake on the girl's arm immediately propped up and stuck out its tongue. The girl said, "You know arrays? There is indeed a big array up and down, but I don't understand it. Besides, it is not exactly an array. You can come and have a look." Han Fei scanned with his perception and frowned. He didn't find an entrance or an array. The girl said, "You can't sense it there. Just follow me." After that, The two of them walked more than 300 kilometers one after the other and found a circular halo with a radius of about 50 meters. Even though he could see it with his naked eyes, under his perception, it was still a void, blank. Huh. Han Fei was slightly surprised. What a magical place. Besides, Han Fei understood why the girl said it was not exactly an array, because this array was floating in the halo, undulating in the void. Han Fei reached out and grabbed nothing, but he couldn't touch this strange array at all. At this moment, he heard the old turtle's leisurely voice. A Taoist array has no entity. What you see is the trace of Taoist aura imprinted in the void. You have to also touch it with a Taoist array or reach the peak of Tao seeking to be transmitted to the next floor. Chapter 1289. A Taoist array? It was the first time that Han Fei had heard of a Taoist array. An array imprinted with a great Tao was the level of this demon-suppressing tower, so high. Han Fei asked, "Do you mean that I have to enter the Tao and crack this array with my Tao?" The old turtle nodded. Yes, this should also be a kind of restriction. In the advanced Tao-seeking realm, there are not many people who can accurately grasp their own Tao and firmly go deep into this Tao. Generally speaking, they will be stuck on the threshold of entering the Tao at the peak of the Tao-seeking realm. When you reach the semi-venerable realm, you need to consider whether to enter this Tao or not. And you? What about me? The old turtle said leisurely, "I don't know. You should have discovered that you have suddenly given birth to another Tao seed. I've never heard of this before. Logically speaking, you have already entered the Tao, but I didn't notice it at all." Huh, I've entered the Tao? Han Fei was stunned. Although there was another Tao seed in his dantian, he didn't realize that he had entered the Tao. He only felt that he might have understood some of the paths ahead. Suddenly, Han Fei's heart trembled. Is it? My path is my Tao. Han Fei's body froze, and he hurriedly asked, "Old Yuan, does it mean that no one has taken this path, and it means that this path is very strong?" The old turtle said, "I can't be completely sure. Generally speaking, those who can give birth to a Tao seed at your level generally don't take this kind of Tao. However, isn't your Tao seed a bit too small? It's only the size of a needle's eye. I can't be sure. However, in any case, the Tao seed that can be born is generally not weak. Most Taoists don't have such things as Tao seeds at all. Only some special Taoists will give birth to Tao seeds." Han Fei immediately took a breath. "I see. In short, it could be summed up in one sentence. My Tao should be very special. Even if my Tao seed is only the size of a sesame seed, it can't change the fact that it is unique." Who said that the strength of a Tao was determined by the size of the Tao seed? Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "Since I have already entered the Tao, what about my Tao? How can I use my Tao?" The old turtle said, "You need to understand it yourself. I am not you and I do not know your Tao. I don't even know how you gave birth to a Tao seed. How am I supposed to tell you?" Han Fei's face was stiff, which puzzled the woman next to him. Seeing that Han Fei's expression didn't change, she guessed that Han Fei probably couldn't break this array. He heard her say, "Is it very difficult?" Han Fei came back to himself and nodded calmly. "Yes, this is a Taoist array. If you want to open this formation, you need to draw a formation with Tao rhyme before you can break it." "Taoist rhyme?" The woman furrowed her brows a little. "I've seen many living beings enter, but most of them enter directly after reaching the peak of the Tao-seeking realm." Han Fei said, "It's possible that they entered the Tao at that moment." Han Fei didn't panic. He first looked at the complicated array. The contents of the formation did not seem to be very difficult. According to the outline of the formation, this should be some kind of teleportation formation. Although it was very different from an ordinary teleportation array, a teleportation array was still a teleportation array. Although the principle of activation was different, even if it looked like a flower, it was still a teleportation array. Therefore, a certain amount of spatial power was needed as the foundation of the teleportation array. This was like doing a question. No matter how complicated the question was, it was derived from simple questions and concepts. Therefore, this was what Han Fei understood. There was no unbreakable array in this world. It was just a matter of time. Han Fei already had a plan to break the array. Next, he just needed to try to break the array. But here came the problem. If he wanted to experiment, he had to learn to use his own Tao rhyme first. He had even given birth to a Tao seed, but he didn't know how to use it. Wasn't this embarrassing? Han Fei turned his head, looked at the woman, and said, "Miss Bai, I need some time to deduce it." The woman nodded slightly. Okay. Han Fei directly called out Yu Wendao to protect him. After all, this was the first time he met this woman. It was impossible for him to trust her. During the battle with the Flower of the Sea, this woman must have seen Yu Wendao. Therefore, Han Fei didn't need to hide anything. The woman wasn't surprised by Yu Wendao's appearance at all. She seemed to have expected it. In fact, it could even be said that she had consciously retreated several dozen miles away. Han Fei sat cross-legged, calmed his mind, sank his consciousness into his dantian, and carefully looked at the Tao seed he had given birth to. In the words of the old tortoise, his knowledge was too shallow and he had never seen the world. Although Han Fei felt that he had seen enough of the world, from the various secrets he had dug out, there were still too many unknowns waiting for him to explore. The twists and turns of the process weren't important, but the process of exploration was important. To be more precise, he still had a long way to go. He hadn't been to the Yin-Yang Heavenly Palace yet. There was still half a drop of origin water waiting for him to get. However, there were as many puppets as dogs there. If he was weak, he might not even have a chance to get it. Also, he had to find Xia Xiaochan. Then, he had to become a king first. Otherwise, if he couldn't beat Chen Huangdian, everything would be in vain. Therefore, entering the Yin-Yang Heavenly Palace was his first step, and becoming a king was his second step. This would be an important turning point on Han Fei's path. Secondly, he had to find his sister and rebuild the heavenly desolate city. How many secrets were involved in this? And the mystery of the fall of the gods involved in the 100,000 mountains. What happened at that time? If he wanted to know all this, he had to have strength and become stronger. He didn't expect that this simple spirit of exploration was also a path. When this path itself became a great Tao, how should he use the power of this great Tao? Han Fei frowned, and his mind revolved around the sesame-sized Tao seed. He thought to himself, how can this great Tao provide power for me? For example, the soul-splitting path. Its meaning was very clear, that was to split the soul. For example, the heavenly enlightenment path. The heavenly enlightenment divine technique was used to save others and oneself. It could be used to bring the dead back to life and had endless magical uses. For example, the path of invincibility. That was a path of invincibility. The more powerful one walked, the more invincible one would be. And his own great Tao. Han Fei didn't know what to call it now. He had to know how to use it, right? Only in this way could he give it a name. Han Fei first channeled his spiritual power into the Tao seed, trying to understand the mystery of this great Tao. However, at the moment when his soul was immersed in it, Han Fei only saw a world of emptiness and darkness. There was nothing else but darkness. Han Fei frowned and channeled spiritual energy into the Tao seed again, only to see the Tao seed flickering. Han Fei felt his body tremble, and an arched object wrapped in white mist appeared in front of him. Judging from the shape, it seemed to be a bridge. Han Fei was a little depressed. He was just comprehending the great Tao. Why did a bridge appear? Moreover, this bridge was shrouded in fog. It didn't seem to show its body. Is this the great Tao? How could it appear directly? The old turtle couldn't help but exclaim, as if he had never seen such a weird great Tao. Han Fei wondered, shouldn't the great Tao appear directly? The old turtle looked solemn. It's not that there aren't any. It's just that the great Tao is a person's secret. If the great Tao is broken, your path may collapse. So, under normal circumstances, no one will show their great Tao at all. Han Fei's eyelids twitched. No. Then what's going on with me? The old turtle said, I don't know. I've never seen it before. This is your own great Tao. Walk on this bridge and see. Han Fei raised his eyebrows. Will there be any problems? The old turtle said grumpily, That's your own great Tao. What problems can there be? Don't tell me you're going to walk to your death? Han Fei nodded. It made sense. This is my own great Tao. What's wrong with me walking on it? Inexplicably, I created my own great Tao. What a freak. What a thing to brag about. So, Han Fei got up and walked straight onto the white mist bridge. When he stepped on it, it felt soft and didn't seem to feel anything. So, the second step, the third step, after 3 steps, Han Fei felt that his body began to become heavy. After a total of 7 or 8 steps, he came to the center of the bridge. Han Fei somehow felt that his legs were a little soft. He didn't know why. When Han Fei raised his foot and took another step forward, his body went limp and he sat directly on the bridge, trembling all over. More than that, not only did Han Fei fail to cross the bridge, but he was also panting heavily. Even taking a deep breath was useless. He felt that his body was shaking like a sieve. F***CK. Old Yuan, didn't you say that this is my own great Tao? Why do I feel like I'm going to die? The old turtle was also a little stunned. How could someone walk on his own great Tao and end up like this? He thought to himself, this is the first time I've seen this. However, Han Fei's eyes were almost blurred by sweat. In a daze, Han Fei seemed to see a vague figure hidden in the white mist on the other side of the bridge. Han Fei felt that the figure was very familiar, and he even felt the pure power. However, his body could no longer support him. If he moved forward half a step, fuse. At this moment, Han Fei didn't choose to withdraw the power of the great Tao, but tried to take a look at the other side of the bridge. When little black and little white fused, the yin-yang divine eyes appeared. At that moment, Han Fei seemed to see another himself on the other side of the bridge. In addition to his other self, Han Fei also seemed to feel a surging power, saw nothingness, and saw an array. Wait, Han Fei was stunned. Isn't that the array just now, the teleportation array with Taoist power? However, different from the array just now, the array on the other side of the bridge seemed to have some different Taoist power, as if it had been re-engraved. It was a pity that he only caught a glimpse of it and didn't see it completely. There was no telling if the power had been exhausted, but the white mist bridge disappeared. Han Fei staggered and almost fell. Fortunately, the surrounding energy and spiritual energy swept over, and Han Fei took a breath to stabilize his body and recover. Han Fei took a deep breath. My Tao. Chapter 1290. It was the first time that Han Fei had touched the Great Path, and he didn't even understand how he got on this path. Perhaps it had something to do with the course of his life, or the path he wanted to take, or everything he had experienced. It was inextricably linked to everything he had experienced. Han Fei felt that the question was not how he got on this path. This great Tao was extremely peculiar. Even though he did not understand it, he still felt that it was amazing. There were 2 ends of the bridge. If he was on one end of the bridge, who was on the other end? Was it still himself? Wouldn't that be a paradox? How could there be so many of them? Besides, in the glimpse just now, although Han Fei vaguely saw that there seemed to be himself on the other end of the bridge, there was also darkness and the Taoist array that had been re-engraved. A thought suddenly came to Han Fei's mind. Could it be that he could see the future with this path of mine? As the saying went, the past was gone and the future was coming. The past was a foregone conclusion. Even if he returned to the age of doom, it was difficult to change the course of the world with his own strength. However, the future was different. There were countless possibilities in the future. Every decision he made now, every choice he made, could give birth to countless different answers in the future. If it was such a path, how could he cross this bridge? Dozens of kilometers away, the woman saw the white mist that Han Fei released just now, but she didn't see the bridge, and the bridge was actually hidden by the white mist. Even Han Fei himself couldn't see the bridge clearly when he stepped on it. Therefore, the woman and the white snake didn't speak, but they were also full of curiosity. They had never been out of the demon-subduing tower in their lives, so everything they saw was new. Besides, in the woman's view, the moment Han Fei stepped into the white mist, he had disappeared, and she couldn't see him at all. Even his aura couldn't be felt. This seemed to be similar to the teleportation array. Han Fei's attention was not on the woman at the moment. After calming down a little, Han Fei was about to call out the white mist bridge again, wanting to go up and see what was going on. However, a magical scene appeared. As his spiritual energy was injected into it, the Tao seed didn't respond. The brilliance was still blooming, but the white mist bridge didn't appear. Han Fei immediately raised his eyebrows. "Old Yuan, did I have a problem entering the Tao just now?" The old turtle seemed to be in deep thought as well. He said in a deep voice, "You've already entered the Tao. How can there be a problem in entering the Tao? Then why can't I summon the white mist bridge just now?" The old turtle frowned. "I don't know either. There is nothing wrong with your behavior. The other side of the bridge is shrouded in white mist. Even I can't see anything. From this, it can be seen that your path is quite mysterious. The reason why you can't say it now is probably because you haven't figured out your own Tao. The reason why it appeared just now might be because the great Tao has just begun to manifest." Hearing this, Han Fei couldn't help but frown. After the first manifestation, there was no second manifestation. Han Fei sat down again. What was the meaning behind those scenes that he had seen? Did he see me? Did he feel the attraction of power? Did he see the altered Tao array? Or was there a connection between the three? If there had to be a connection, he couldn't say for sure, but power was what he pursued. It seemed to imply his future growth. That Tao array was the only way to the 4th floor of the demon-suppressing pagoda. Did this mean that the growth of his strength would enable him to comprehend the Tao array to the 4th floor of the demon-suppressing pagoda? If this was the case, this bridge would become a kind of prophecy, which was similar to the foreseeable future. Then Han Fei tried 2 more times, but still couldn't summon the white mist bridge. He tried again and looked at the Tao array for a long time. He tried to draw an array in the void to crack this Tao array. However, he couldn't exert his Tao aura, and the array he drew couldn't be integrated into the Tao array at all. What exactly is my Tao? Han Fei was depressed. The great Tao could already be seen. It was a bridge of white fog. However, how could he use its power? First of all, he had to know what this white mist bridge could do. What could he use it for? 3 hours later, Han Fei suddenly came to the woman surnamed Bai and said lightly, "I still have a lot of questions that I may not be able to solve in a short time. I might as well be your sparring partner. In this way, you and I can polish the foundation, which is better than meditating." The girl nodded slightly, and the white snake on her arm flicked out its tongue gently. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed in a flash. On the 3rd floor of the demon-suppressing pagoda, within 500 kilometers of Han Fei, there was not a single creature. The battle here was too terrifying, and the noise was too big. Almost every 2 hours, the spiritual qi and energy in the surroundings would be sucked dry. On the 3rd day, unexpectedly, Han Fei had grasped the 64-dimensional fish dragon dance. At this moment, he was jumping around in an ocean of spiritual plants. In fact, as early as in the last few battles on the 1st day, the woman surnamed Bai had unlocked her manipulator skills. This shocked Han Fei. He remembered what the old turtle said. Damn, is she the child of a human manipulator and a sea demon? She even inherited the manipulator skills? Han Fei, who was used to fighting, was not afraid of these spiritual plants at all. However, what forced him to run was that the white snake actually had the eyes of petrification. Under the gaze of the white snake's eyes would emit green light. Wherever the green light shone, everything would be petrified. In the early stages of encountering this technique, Han Fei's legs were shrouded, causing his lower body to be petrified. Then, the other party caught up with him and launched a series of fatal attacks. Although he had the support of arrays, it was useless. However, fortunately, Han Fei found that this kind of petrification did not really turn into stone, but his body was stiff. If it was stiff to a certain extent, it was no different from petrification, and he might be cut into pieces at the first touch. However, Han Fei was still alive and full of vitality. Therefore, under the impact of vitality, the petrification effect on his legs quickly disappeared. However, that battle was very tragic. Han Fei lost. This made Han Fei a little speechless. As expected, he was not invincible in the same realm. This was just the Waterwood Heaven, a very barren, forbidden area of the Divine Palace. Well, Han Fei couldn't help but smile bitterly. He was used to being taught by the old turtle. Now, Han Fei often felt that the Yin-Yang Heaven and the Waterwood Heaven were two barren lands that no one cared about. In the first place, there shouldn't be any heaven-defying, demon-like prodigies. At this moment, with the help of the star-shifting technique, he protected himself with arrays. The white snake phantom enlarged, and its eyes seemed to be locked on the surrounding void. As soon as Han Fei came out, the array broke, and his body began to become slightly crystal clear. Han Fei hurriedly released a flash skill, fusing with Little Black and Little White. With the magical power of the Yin-Yang Divine Eyes, he avoided the next white snake's gaze. However, he barely avoided it, and the two sides were tied. Han Fei suddenly felt a little annoyed. This woman's strength is improving too fast. Since the first 2 days, she had almost lost more than she won. Now, the victory and defeat were basically tied, and it only took about 3 days. As for the duration of the battle between the two of them, it had basically reached about 100 breaths, which was more than 3 times the original duration. This not only made this woman's strength improve rapidly, but also quickly consolidated Han Fei's strength that had just broken through. Besides, Han Fei's spiritual power had also slightly increased on the basis of the consolidation of his strength. The battle was tied. Han Fei couldn't help waving his hand and saying, "Hey, what kind of snake is this? Is it because I'm not fast enough? I've obviously surpassed your reaction speed. How can it still notice me in advance?" The woman, surnamed Bai, said, "Your speed has already surpassed mine. So, a few days ago, I stopped competing with you in speed. I found that Bai Ling can predict the source of danger in advance, although this ability was not obvious at first. But your fighting style is too strong. So, Bai Ling gradually adapted to this kind of foresight." Foresight. Han Fei couldn't help but be stunned. With the double speed of the heavenly void divine walking technique and the agility of wind, this woman couldn't possibly keep up with him. Even this white snake couldn't. It didn't keep up with him in the first 2 days, but on the 3rd day, it suddenly began to catch up with him. Wasn't this strange? Now it seemed that it was a kind of dangerous foresight. However, wasn't this foresight a bit too accurate? This meant that before he used the star-shifting technique and flash, it already knew where he would go. Han Fei couldn't help but smile at Bai Ling. "Little snake, you're as good as my little white." The white snake stuck out its tongue, and the woman, surnamed Bai, said, "Bai Ling said that it is not an associate spirit, so it's not comparable to your associate spirit." Han Fei was surprised. "Not an associate spirit? Then who is she?" The woman, surnamed Bai, said, "She is my sister." Han Fei. At that moment, Han Fei didn't feel good. One was a human, and the other was a little snake. How did they become sisters? The woman, surnamed Bai, said, "It's been like this since I was born. I control strength, and it controls spirit. In some moments, it can indeed see into the future, which should be a kind of foresight. Huh. Han Fei's heart suddenly skipped a beat. See into the future. It's a bit like my white mist bridge. Wait, I seem to have overlooked something. If I have a clear short-term goal, will the white mist bridge appear? Isn't this my path? Chapter 1291. This white snake only had a premonition of danger, but it didn't mean that it could see the future. However, Han Fei's white mist bridge might have this ability. In order to verify his idea, Han Fei came to the edge of the Taoist array. Looking at the floating lines of the array in the light and shadow, Han Fei was imagining the scene he saw before and secretly activated the Taoist seed. Han Fei only felt that there was power surging in his body, and an inexplicable idea of arrays emerged in his mind. Han Fei stretched out his hand and drew an array in the air. This time, the array seal that Han Fei placed seemed to have a Taoist aura. Even Han Fei himself felt a little amazed. It turned out that this was how his Taoist path should be used. In fact, Han Fei didn't see the future completely, but he happened to see a corner of the future with the help of the yin-yang divine eyes. In his imagination, he seemed to have insight into something, but he couldn't fully know that it was the future. The only thing that gave Han Fei room for guessing was the scene that he saw that had been changed. If he guessed right, this should be what he changed, right? It was actually not difficult to change an array. The difficult thing was to add a Taoist aura to it when drawing it. At this moment, when Han Fei drew the first array line, a hazy light mist fell along with the line. At that moment, Han Fei seemed to understand the use of this Taoist aura. I see. This was not seeing through the future, but passing off the false as the real? Imagination. Han Fei was shocked. Isn't this the F** king power similar to the ideal palace? Whatever I want, I can have it. When this power was used, Han Fei had a glimmer of enlightenment. It turned out that what he saw was not a real picture of the future, but a thought in his subconscious. At this time, Han Fei was very sure that the Taoist aura lines he had drawn now actually didn't match the Taoist array in front of him. However, in the picture he saw before, the lines of the array seemed to have broken this Taoist array. In other words, he had integrated an unmatched array into this Taoist array and achieved the effect of passing off the false as the real one. Of course, after trying the power, Han Fei felt that maybe his understanding of the Taoist path was not enough. If he reached an extremely profound level, would he really be able to pass off the false as the real one? It seemed that the power of the white mist bridge was beyond his imagination. Han Fei tried again, activating the Tao seed with his mind, trying to directly reach the peak level of Tao seeking. All of a sudden, Han Fei felt that an external force seemed to be attached to him. However, it had increased his overall power by nearly 100 waves. Unfortunately, he was still far from reaching the peak of Tao seeking. Looks like there are quite a few restrictions. Ever since the White Fog Bridge appeared for the first time, it had never appeared again. This time, although he had suddenly thought of a way to use it, and the effect seemed to be extremely high, it wasn't exaggerated to a terrifying extent. At the very least, from the looks of it, the power bestowed upon him by the Great Tao was not as strong as the Devil transformation technique. Little did he know that, if others knew what he was thinking, they might want to slap him to death. Han Fei was still reflecting on himself at this moment. On one hand, it was because his realm and strength were not high enough, and on the other hand, it was because his understanding of the Great Tao in this aspect was not enough. Seeing that Han Fei could integrate the array into the Tao array, the woman surnamed by couldn't help but ask, "You cracked this array?" Han Fei shook his head slightly. "Not really. I can only draw arrays now. How to break the formation? I still need to think about it." The woman surnamed by took a deep look at Han Fei and asked in confusion, "Have you entered the Tao?" This kind of thing naturally couldn't be hidden. Although this woman had never left the demon-subduing tower, she was not a fool. It was impossible that she couldn't even see this. So, Han Fei nodded casually. Yes, it turns out that even if I have entered the Tao, if my strength is not high enough, I still can't be teleported to the next floor. So I still have to crack the array. Regarding arrays, the woman surnamed by naturally didn't understand, but Han Fei knew. Although his cracking method was wrong, he could confuse the Tao array itself to a point where it could pass off as real. In a short time, he could fabricate something out of nothing. And once such a fake array appeared, it was easy for Han Fei to infer the real way to crack this array. This was like doing a question. If he could know the final answer to the question in advance, it would be much easier for him to reason about the process. This was the situation Han Fei was in now. If everything went well, as long as he tried a few more times, this Tao array would be cracked in less than a day. This time, Han Fei was not anxious anymore. He couldn't help but ask, "Miss Bai, why do you insist on going to the next floor?" "I think that since the creatures outside have a way to come in, the people inside must have a way to go out, right?" The woman, surnamed Bai, looked indifferent and said casually, "First of all, I can come in, but it doesn't mean I can go out. Secondly, I want to continue down. I want to know who I am." Huh. Han Fei couldn't help but be stunned. "You don't know who you are? Then, how do you know your surname is Bai?" The woman, surnamed Bai, said softly, "Inheritance." Han Fei immediately realized that although this woman looked like a human being, she was actually not a human being, nor was she a big demon, but a special creature. Han Fei had known that there were inheritances among creatures. For example, spiritual beasts, contractual spiritual beasts, as long as their quality and level were high, who didn't have an inheritance of combat skills. The old turtle said, "This woman is neither a human nor a demon, but a special kind of creature. It's normal that she has an inheritance. However, I'm still a little confused. I didn't sense any abnormality in her bloodline. She must have had an anomaly when she was born, but I don't know how she appeared in this demon ceiling tower." Han Fei said maybe her parents saw that the child they gave birth to was too weird, so they threw her into this demon ceiling tower and left her alone. "I'm going to take a look on the next floor. Even if I can't return to the forbidden area of the capital, I have to find a way out." Han Fei was not very panicked now. After all, he was very sure that the water fairy was in this demon ceiling tower. The difficulty was that the water fairy should be very low, and Han Fei even suspected that her real body was at the bottom. After all, Yu Qianqin once said that even the king-level deep-sea behemoths in the capital of Baibei had sensed the threat from the bottom of the demon ceiling tower and dared not enter. He was only an intermediate explorer now. In this demon ceiling tower, he could only go to the 5th floor at most. Even the 5th floor was not enough for him. This was only the 3rd floor, but he had already encountered a creature like the flower of the sea and a powerful opponent like the woman, surnamed Bai. God knew what kind of behemoths there would be at the semi-venerable level. If he encountered a legendary creature at the semi-venerable level, he and Yu Wendao might not be able to fight it. However, no matter which floor he could go to, could he find the water fairy? He had to continue to go down. Otherwise, it would be meaningless to stay on this 3rd floor. It would just be a waste of his time. One day later, in the array of floating seals, thousands of lines were connected and outlined together, making the already brilliant array even more brilliant. The old turtle asked, "Why didn't I notice the Taoist aura you used?" Han Fei thought to himself, "Do you know anything about balls? My great path has always been to pass off the fake as the real. It's a kind of power that has no substance and is imaginary, just like in the ideal palace. Unlike the ideal palace had limitations. In addition to infinite spiritual energy and energy, it could only summon a few weapons, which was very limited. However, his white mist bridge was different. It could really produce a kind of future power or result out of thin air. When his realm was higher and his understanding of the Taoist aura deepened, the effect would only get better and better. Han Fei even suspected that if one day he could directly walk to the other side of the white mist bridge, would he be able to walk to the future? As a matter of fact, when the last stroke was completed, The entire Tao array began to tremble with a hum. Han Fei narrowed his eyes slightly. This original Taoist aura was trying to swallow the Taoist aura he had drawn in an attempt to consolidate itself. Han Fei immediately looked at the woman and the white snake. "Let's go. Do you want to go to the next floor?" The woman, surnamed Bai's eyes flashed, and she jumped to Han Fei's side. "Thank you." Han Fei nodded. "Let's go." The two of them stepped into the formation one after the other, and with a schwa, they disappeared into the formation. The next second, Han Fei felt that there was a golden light in front of him. When he took a closer look, it turned out to be a seabed, sand bed. He scanned it with his perception and found that the range was more than 800 kilometers. Shoot! Han Fei was shocked because he didn't find any creatures here. Would this happen in the demon subduing tower? That was impossible. Only the strong had territory. Such a large sea of sand, if there were no creatures guarding it, would have been occupied long ago. Besides, the peak-level Tao-seeking experts who could guard such a large area couldn't be simple. They should at least be as strong as the flower of the sea and the woman surnamed Bai. The only thing that puzzled Han Fei was that around the third floor there was also a sea of sand. Why was there another sea of sand at the entrance of the fourth floor? Han Fei looked back at the teleportation array. It was still a Taoist aura, but this array was not shrouded in light. Only the imprint of the array was floating in the void. Han Fei frowned. It seems that it is more difficult to go back than to come in. Bam! Just when Han Fei was still observing the surrounding environment and watching out for any sneak attack, he saw the entire sea of sand suddenly rioted. Every grain of gravel was floating in the air, just like dust in the air. The number of gravel kept increasing. Slowly, these suspended grains of sand began to roll up like extremely tiny sharp blades, strangling Han Fei and the woman surnamed Bai. The invincible will appeared, and Han Fei stepped out of the great plate turtle array. He was about to let Little Black and Little White fuse, and then with Little White's keen perception ability, find the source of danger and kill the enemy first. But before Han Fei took action, he heard the woman surnamed Bai suddenly shout in his ear, "Father, is that you?" Chapter 1292. Han Fei was confused. What did she mean? He had always thought that the woman surnamed Bai was thrown into the demon subduing tower as soon as she was born. Why was her father here? A glaring King Kong appeared. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but when Han Fei used the power of Law Enforcer again, he found that this King Kong seemed to be alive. Under normal circumstances, the power of Law Enforcer, to some extent, symbolized the path a person took. For example, this King Kong phantom. Han Fei actually wanted to take the path of body refinement, a path closer to the invincible realm. But at this moment, his path had become a bridge of white mist, and he had only revealed a little bit of his power, which seemed to have nothing to do with the power of Law Enforcer. Han Fei had thought that his power of Law Enforcer didn't blend with his path, but it seemed that this was not the case. On the contrary, the power of Law Enforcer seemed to have become stronger. Because Han Fei had forged a half-golden body, his body was at least as strong as that of a half-venerable. Even if he didn't use the power of Law Enforcer and let these yellow sand blades hit his body, they might not be able to break his body. However, Han Fei thought that the creatures that could survive in the demon subduing tower must have their own uniqueness, not to mention a powerful creature that occupied a corner of the first floor. Perhaps he still had some special methods? But when the woman surnamed Bai called him father, Han Fei knew that this woman didn't seem to be so simple. This demon subduing tower didn't seem to be so simple. If this woman's parents were both in this demon subduing tower, why did this woman go to the first floor of the demon subduing tower? Could it be that the child born on the fourth floor automatically appeared on the first floor without going through the teleportation array? Han Fei and the woman surnamed Bai were both waiting, but the yellow attack didn't weaken. The woman, surnamed Bai, was also covered with a layer of white scale armor, and clanking sounds were also made when she was hit. Han Fei's perception swept over and over again, but he didn't find any special creatures in this sea of sand. Except for some dry bones under the sea of sand, there seemed to be no living creatures. Han Fei couldn't help asking, "Miss Bai, are you sure your father is here?" The force of the sand was getting stronger and stronger. Did he not hear it? Why don't you shout again? While talking, Han Fei said to the old turtle, "Old Yuan, where are the creatures in this sea of sand? Why didn't I sense it?" The old turtle's voice was unhurried. "Dead, buried at the bottom of the sea of sand." Han Fei's face slightly changed, and his perception was about to explore the sea of sand crazily when the old turtle said, "Don't. It's coming out." Han Fei felt that his blood was freezing. "Wait, didn't you say he was dead? Why did you come out again?" The old turtle sneered. "Kid, don't tell me you haven't seen this much? An undying being. Wouldn't a cultivator at the peak of the Tao-seeking realm be dead?" Han Fei narrowed his eyes and asked, "Change my vocation?" Hearing the word change, Han Fei knew that there must be a big story. Li Daxian, the ancestor of the Thug clan, was also an undying being. If the human's will and strength were preserved, then what was the difference between an undying being and a living being? Hula! The yellow sand rose as if a hill was rising from the ground. At this moment, a rather beautiful human corpse finally appeared in Han Fei's perception. Although the corpse's white clothes were broken and his face was extremely pale, his eyebrows were eye-catching, heroic, and he looked extremely steady and calm. A human? Han Fei was stunned for a moment. Sure enough, the old turtle was right. Was this woman born from a human and a sea demon? Han Fei couldn't help but wonder if the child of a human and a sea demon could look like this girl. It would be totally acceptable. She was born full of immortal air. What's wrong with raising such a daughter? Bam! The sand dune exploded, and the middle-aged man in a long robe, with a pale and cold face, stood on the sea of sand, quietly looking at the woman surnamed Bai. At this moment, the flying sand suddenly stopped. Han Fei secretly breathed a sigh of relief. This man didn't look weak. After all, the scene of a father and a daughter meeting was better than the scene of a father and a daughter killing each other. The woman surnamed Bai seemed a little excited and called out again, "Father!" The middle-aged man's head was raised a little stiffly, as if he was thinking hard or thinking about something. Han Fei found that something was wrong and shouted, "Old Yuan, what's going on? Isn't this man an undying being? Why does it seem that he doesn't know his daughter now?" The old turtle said they should know each other. Just wait patiently. Han Fei stepped back a little. It was not good for him to be a third wheel when the father and daughter met. The middle-aged man stared at the woman in white for a long time, and his face began to twist slightly as if in pain. Then, in the yellow sand, vines stretched out one after another. In a moment, the vines had covered the space of dozens of kilometers. Han Fei watched that these vines were slowly emerging from the bottom of the sea, dragging a ball that was wrapped in it. When the ball wrapped by vines and algae appeared, Han Fei, the woman surnamed Bai, and the white snake all looked at it, and the middle-aged man slowly walked to the ball, raised his hand slightly, and the vines spread out. He saw a half-human, half-snake woman curled up in the middle of it. The snake demon clenched her fists as if she were afraid of the cold and looked very pitiful. Han Fei immediately sensed that this man was not dead, but he was already in his twilight years. She was seriously lacking vitality and seemed to be dying at any time. On the woman's body, the skin in some places was pierced by extremely thin vines and extended into her body. In the vines there was still the power of vitality, slowly nourishing this woman. Han Fei immediately took a breath. This man turned into an undying being and used all his vitality on his wife. The old turtle grunted. It should be so. Moreover, this person has been working hard to suppress his own cultivation, sealing his own strength and letting himself fall into a deep slumber. Han Fei narrowed his eyes. That's why he attacked at the beginning. After he came out, he showed a painful look. In fact, his seal is being unlocked. The old turtle said, once the seal is unlocked, I'm afraid it's not up to him anymore. I'm afraid he has to go to the 5th level, break through, and reach the 6th level. At this moment, the middle-aged man gently stroked the snake demon. Madam, our daughter is here. Even Han Fei was a little moved by her words. What exactly happened back then? Why did things end up like this? Hearing these words, the woman surnamed Bai couldn't help but shed a line of tears, and the white snake, with its propped-up body, slowly lay on the shoulder of the woman surnamed Bai, looking very sad. Under the call of the middle-aged man, the haggard, thin snake demon quickly absorbed the vitality of the spiritual plant and then slowly opened her eyes. However, the moment she opened her eyes, Han Fei clearly felt that her vitality was fading away. The speed was so fast that Han Fei could directly perceive it. Not only Han Fei, but the woman surnamed Bai and the white snake could also feel it, because the snake demon's hair was slowly turning yellow. Although it hadn't turned white yet, it should be soon. The woman surnamed Bai stepped in front of the snake demon and shouted in panic, "Mother!" Han Fei couldn't help but say, "Her vitality is fading away. At this rate, she'll die in less than 2 hours." The woman, surnamed Bai, quickly looked at Han Fei and then at the middle-aged man in panic. The middle-aged man tried to put on a smile on his face. "An hour is enough. Girl, I want to see you, but I'm afraid to see you, because if we meet again, it will be farewell forever. I'm in a dilemma." The middle-aged man's eyes were gentle. He looked at the woman surnamed Bai deeply and then at the snake demon before he heaved a long sigh. The so-called farewell meant that when the snake demon died and he unlocked himself, they could only be together for a few hours at most. For the first time, Bai Ling slithered down from the woman's body and climbed to the snake demon's body. When the snake demon opened its eyes and saw Bai Ling and the woman surnamed Bai, it was overjoyed and tears glistened in its eyes. The snake demon looked at the middle-aged man in shock. "Is it really a girl?" The man in the middle nodded. "I know. My son is blessed." The snake demon immediately burst into tears of joy and grabbed the woman, surnamed Bai's hand, unwilling to let go. The woman, surnamed Bai, thought that she could reunite with her family after searching for them all the way. However, as soon as they met, they would be separated forever. After all, she was still a girl who had never seen the world. How could she withstand such a test? The woman, surnamed Bai, asked, "Why did this happen?" The middle-aged man reached out and gently stroked her hair, as if he felt somewhat guilty. "As a human heavenly talent, it was taboo for me to marry your mother. Maybe our marriage violated the heavenly Tao. When I gave birth to you, the weather changed and an earth-shaking white lotus appeared. To avoid being hunted by my enemies, I hid in the demon's subduing tower to avoid the disaster. Who could have known that your mother, I, and you fell on different floors of the tower because of our different realms? I had to lower my realm to look for you. Unfortunately, I could only find your mother in the end. At that time, you were still a baby and had no power to protect yourself. I thought that you might be in danger, but you were born with great luck, and you should be blessed. But your mother's qi and blood are deficient, and her vitality is almost non-existent. That's why I had to cultivate the undead art to protect your mother." The snake demon said with guilt, "Girl, don't blame me for not lowering my realm to look for you. If I lowered my realm, not only would I not be able to find you, but I would also probably die." The woman, surnamed Bai, and the white spirit python certainly wouldn't blame him at this moment. Their eyes were full of tears. Han Fei's head was buzzing, and he couldn't help but ask in surprise, "The earth-shaking white lotus!" The middle-aged man glanced at Han Fei. Seeing that Han Fei didn't have any killing intent and came with his daughter, he said, "Yes, it's a great blessing and a great disaster. With Qingyang's talent, how could she give birth to a child?" Therefore, although the earth-shaking white lotus was good, it also deprived Qingyang of all her life. So she gave birth to my son. At this moment, Han Fei and the old turtle almost said at the same time, "Reincarnate!"